This. There you go. Yeah. What's up, chat? Hello. Is Chud dude deserves something I can't say here? Honestly, there's nothing I need to say about the Chud guy anymore. There's nothing I need to say about him. Bro got himself locked up. Facing 56 years maximum sentence. He's not gonna get 56 years. Obviously. I'm telling you. He's gonna get off on maybe 2 to 3 of the charges. He's gonna get hit on one of the charges. He's gonna get 5 to 10 years. I'm telling you. I said it a few days ago. If you get any punishment, what would it be? I don't know, bro. I don't necessarily care to punish him. You feel me? I think just him, honestly, him being arrested in this way is just it's funny enough. You know what I mean? He's no longer on the street doing his type of content. He's in jail. He'll be a felon, so he won't be able to own a gun again. He's like irreversibly ruined his life. There's nothing that I need for him to do, or need more than that personally. Or whatever he got in donations don't cover whatever legal fees he got slapped with. I mean, he's already faced like 1.25 million dollars in bond. It's like he's kind of cooked a little bit. He's not even like he can't even gripped well. Anyway, we'll get into that. We covered Chud a little bit yesterday. We may cover him a little bit more today. I'm a little bit tired, if you couldn't tell. I don't get sleep. His face when he heard the bond, it was so funny. Maybe I'll show that because it was hilarious. There will be 20 new kick streamers who follow the Chud model. I already saw a few, but I'm just gonna say it's not gonna end as well for them. He's facing 56 years in jail. It's not gonna end as well for them. I'm trying to find it. Somebody have a link to his reaction. Could have those two. I'm sure that would be hilarious.
Because there were two of my
Oh, the victim is all right. I mean, I saw a GoFundMe for him as well, somewhere, and he's lived, thankfully. But oh, here it is. Here's his reaction. Here. I'm kind of bright. Hold on. Honestly, that was a little bit better. Oh, is AOC not entitled? I misspelled AOC. See, that was engagement bait to get you to talk about it. My shades, Dior.
and wonder.
You can't put freaking Ben Shapiro, not Ben Shapiro, Tucker Carlson, and Nick Fuentes on my screen, and Bill Barr on my screen. Jump scared. Jump scared. We just thinking for the 4 months. Much appreciated. Fun title, fun stuff. Oh, very fun.
Good morning.
Very fun. Yeah, let's start with this real quick. I think it's funny.
So we're gonna have a bail.
I'm
hearing.
gonna set just a bond right now after we have our bail hearing. Then I'll let you make all the arguments. We can go through all the factors in the statute and see if that gets amended up or down. Okay?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to set initial bond at 1.25 million.
Oh, you can't see it? Okay, hold on, wait. You see my face? Oh, my beautiful face. That's what I was talking about. Bow.
So we're gonna have a bail.
I'm
hearing.
gonna set just a bond right now after we have our bail hearing. Then I'll let you make all the arguments. We can go through all the factors in the statute and see if that gets amended up or down. Okay?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to set initial bond at 1.25 million. 1.25 million. Based upon the fact of how many people were in the courtyard, we're here at the courthouse, and the seriousness of all these felonies, and his bond status. Okay?
Yes, sir.
So the 26th at 9 o'clock, I'm sorry, the 21st at 9 o'clock for a bond hearing, and then the 26th at 9 for a preliminary hearing right here. Does that work?
So
for everybody?
he, at the very least, is in jail until the 21st. And that's where you have the bail hearing, where his bail may potentially be amended. It may go up, honestly. Or it may come down. Right? If his bail is amended, then he'd have to post, I think 10% of that, or I'm not sure if it was in court. Is this the Trev guy? Oh, this is clavicular. Oh my goodness, we're like, I'm gonna say we're so up. But like,
controversial stream.
yeah, we'll get to this in a second as well. Jeez Louise.
Work for the state?
Yes.
All right.
Just for the court's information and Mr. Finley, the state is going to request and file a source hearing when and if there's an attempt to make bond.
Okay. Is there any objection of us taking all those matters up at the bond hearing on the 21st?
No,
Mr. Finley, do you have any objection to doing it that way? That's the most efficient way, I think.
Judge, we'll try and have everything lined up for the
Okay.
Was it Jack Doherty too? Wait, I didn't watch it. What? Jack Doherty's in court as well?
Viking Eating just subscribed.
Viking eating about 24 months.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Finley, from you today?
No, sir.
All right. From the state? Okay. That'll conclude these proceedings today, okay?
Thank you.
We'll be in recess.
For your recess, keep your seats.
Dang, taking orders from a black man. Hey Chud, how the mighty have fallen. He told you to move, you move. He told you to stay, you stay. He told you to sit, you sit. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. How the mighty have fallen. How it turns tables. I don't think about this channel, but this seems to be the one. Cocky YouTuber finally gets what he deserves. I'm glad they call it YouTuber. Streamer. Oh, I remember this. I remember it. I saw him get arrested here. Well, actually, I'd rather watch the Charlie video on it, personally. Even though Charlie's commentary can sometimes be a bit iffy. But we'll get to clavicular first.
Streamer Clavicular in court today on charges stemming from a live stream in the Everglades.
He was caught on camera shooting at an alligator that already appeared to be dead. Local 10's Trent Kelly live in Miami with more what happened in court. Trent.
That viral video sparking outrage online, and now as a result, these two popular South Florida streamers are now accepting plea deals in this case. Let's take you to some video from earlier this morning. Social media streamer Braden Peters, known online as Clavicular, walking into a Miami-Dade courtroom earlier today before taking a plea deal in a case connected to that viral Everglades gun video. Peters, along with co-defendant Andrew Morales, also known online as Cuban Tarzan, both pleaded no contest today to a misdemeanor charge of unlawfully discharging a firearm in public. Now, this charge stems from a March 26th live stream which showed Peters.
Honestly, I wish he didn't allow cameras in here, just because like he's look at his face. He knows what he's doing. He's trying to use this to like aura farm. He's like, yeah, keep the camera on me. Yeah. I'm mogging right now. This is gonna help my profile so much. look at my Sigma edits. I'm so looks. I don't know what these people say, bro.
Firing multiple rounds from an airboat into the water at what appeared to be a dead alligator inside the Francis Taylor Everglades Wildlife Management Area. Investigators later opening a criminal case after the video went viral online, generating a lot of outrage among wildlife conservationists. While today's hearing in court was relatively short, both Peters and Morales briefly addressed the judge.
When he eventually returns to streaming, I don't think you're wrong per se. However, I think when stuff like this happens, it simultaneously helps and hurts their careers for people like this, right? When you're growing as a streamer, right, and you're getting a lot of press, it's good for you, but it also stains your career until it gets to a point where like you become more trouble than you're worth, right? For example, like what we talked about with CHUD, whatever this guy is, the CHUD guy. Right? He did the same thing as Clavicular, but he kind of sped run that, right? He tried to shoot past prominence, but he essentially tanked his entire career trying to reach that goal. Right, and so he's gonna come back. And Clavicular will be popular. However, right, he's going to squander that, and he's going to eventually end up failing, and he's going to lose prominence. It's Chud the Builder. Get it right? My bad. It's Chud the Builder. I'm just glad he's not a part of the family. He's a part of the family, where it's different families. The Does are, we're different. They stole our names, and we're chilling over here. How long do you think it's gonna do it for? I don't know. Actually, it's very hard to tell. I think he doesn't have much further to grow. You know what I mean? Like, he's already like a multi-millionaire, but he's already like losing favor. He doesn't really have much going on. You feel me? So, I don't know. I think by next year, Clavicular will start losing more and more favor. He'll still be around, but within like 2 years, you'll see him be basically Jack Doherty. Does that make sense? There will be copycats? Yeah, but they won't be as effective. But there will be copycats.
Oh, it's here. From out of nowhere, the top turnbuckle, Code Blue Cam, just released the Jack Doherty body cam from when he got arrested a few months ago. And this is a more successful shadow drop than Apex Legends. This puppy is popping off because everyone wants to see Sack Dorky get punished. They want to see him be arrested, thrown in jail, in the cuffs, because he is an insufferable asshole who truly deserves it.
It is around 3 a.m. on the morning of Saturday, November 15th, 2025, and these Miami Beach police officers stationed on Washington Avenue in Miami Beach.
Actually, I think about this. That's kind of genius to do like a short little intro to your cut up stream video. Maybe I should start doing that more.
Florida have reached their patience limit with 22-year-old YouTuber Jack Doherty.
God, looking like that at 22 is so unfortunate. He actually looks like a 12-year-old boy. That's brutal, man. That looks like something you'd see in your middle school yearbook. He also runs like an old...
I think that kind of adds to his inferiority complex a little bit. Like, I think because he looks like a child, he needs to like lash out to like act like all big and bad and stuff. No, he's not. He didn't get sentenced to life. That would be insane.
Fans agency or some shit too. Imagine Boss Baby being the person handling your paychecks. Eek.
Jack Doherty, who broke away from his group and attempted to engage officers to create content for his channel in the middle of the roadway, creating a safety hazard. Despite multiple warnings, Jack continued recording the video, even ignoring his friends as they told him to stop. As a final warning, officers told him that they would...
Also, I always like to highlight these guys as well, because I think they're even more pathetic than the main clown, because they do this for nothing. I bet this guy doesn't even get paid to hold the camera for Jack Doherty's dog shit streams. I bet he just does it because he tries to suckle some clout out of it.
No, I think he probably gets paid a little bit. I don't think he does it for free. I think he probably gets paid a little bit. Not a lot, probably a little bit. You know, a few $1,000s a year. I just looked at Clo Blue Cam channel. Their description is probably partnering with the Wisconsin Professional Police Association. Ugh. Ugh. Gross. No wonder they get the footage. They're in collaboration with the freaking police union. The worst kinds of unions.
Bet he does it for the love of the game. Oh, Jack, do you need someone to hold your cock while you pee? Yeah, I'll do it. No, you don't need to pay me. The same thing with all the pranksters and shit. All the pranksters who have their friends run into the, like, fast food places with them, they do not see a penny of the revenue that the person makes. I highlight this phenomenon every time I see it.
I do think the camera people do get paid. I think that for the pranksters, all like the entourage and the posse, they don't get paid because they hope that like they get caught on camera so that they can then bolster their own profile separately.
Content or in Sack Dorky's streams, the people that are with him, his entourage, his lackeys, they deserve just as many spitballs and tomatoes.
I will jump ahead as YouTube has prompted me to do though.
As the protest.
Hey, where'd he go? Oh, doing all this video is crazy.
This is shame, right?
Arrest him if he didn't comply, to which Jack replied, "Once I'm done with this, bet." And now, as officers move to make good on that warning, they have no idea that Jack is far from done recording them on this day.
What? No. I got him. Hey, yo, you don't want to go neither. Back up. I'm just saying I got him. Back up.
Nice work, bodyguard.
Back up.
What a hero. He's like actually Spider-Man the way he tried to step in there and save Jack.
You want to go with him? Go to the sidewalk now. Okay. No, I'm chill. Now. You want to be funny?
The carrier pushed it way too far. He's like, cops like, you want to go with him? Do you want to be arrested? Go to the sidewalk. Go to be arrested? All right, I'm going to arrest you. Okay, no, I'm sorry. The carrier was like, how far can I push this? You know what I mean? How far can I really push this for him to like not arrest me?
Sidewalk now. Okay. No, I'm chill. Now.
You want to be funny? We tell you to get on the street. Go on the street.
All right, I'm getting out.
Who the you think you are, bro?
I'm getting out the street.
No, you're not. Like after I do this, who the are you, bro?
First, I'm on the cop side. Hey, I'm not on anybody's side. You know what I mean? I'm a bystander here. You feel me? I'm not cheering nobody on. It's like a let them fight situation.
Doesn't matter, bro. All you had to do was get in the sidewalk. That's it. You want to?
Oh, Jack.
Yo, you should have got your man out there. I was trying to.
Now, as officers proceed to search him, they immediately find even more reasons to take him to jail. But Jack only sees it as another content opportunity, something the officers have yet to realize.
Hey, free Jack!
Who just said that? Like, who actually said that unironically? You should arrest that guy for public cringe. That's worse than indecent exposure out here on the streets, yelling free Jack. Jack Doherty.
Call me bro, arresting me is
Put
so
that man in
embarrassing.
cuffs ASAP.
Yeah.
He is.
And then telling my bodyguard, you should have got your boy. You should get him out the street. I'm like, dog, that's... He's like, talking to your bodyguard like he's your handler, you know? You're paying this guy, you know what I mean? You're paying this guy, and they're talking to your bodyguard like it's your mom. He's like, listen, you should have, we tried to tell him. We tried to tell you to get him. You should have got him. You should have got your boy. He's like, dog, I'm paying this guy, okay? I'm paying him. If I'm in the street and I get arrested for it, he is not stopping me. I'm paying this man.
Embarrassing loser to be part of civilized society. Lock that guy's ass up too.
Oh, good. Chill. Can I take that off and give it to someone? Wait, no, you can't take it off like that. Yo, wait, let me take it. Can I take it off for you? You have to like slide it off your wrist. Like, you can't take it off anyway. Jeez, big man, you gotta go take it off.
MDNA?
I'll check it out. But no, you really can't take it off that way, sir.
Dak's got all the cool stuff in his Batman utility belt. Oh, wow.
They're funny, bro. Like, it's not serious.
Listen, I'm not even doing that. Listen,
I get you.
I'm just telling you.
I know.
I'm just telling you.
Hey, we told them a bunch of times.
No. It's not even that.
No, you're cool.
I was telling you genuinely. I apologize on his behalf.
Why? Brother, you're getting paid to be his bodyguard, not his dad. Why are you apologizing on his behalf?
Because he hasn't gotten paid for the night yet. I mean, I feel like that's obvious on from the video. He's like, yo, he has my paycheck like on his body, okay? And I know you're gonna civil asset forfeiture hit. I know you're gonna take it from him, like, because that's kind of what cops do. So can I at least get my paycheck before you take it from him? Because you're gonna take it and it's mine. Like, because cops do that, and cops can legally take the money off of your body. They can be like, "Oh, you're carrying money on your person. That is illegal. It is our money now." It's called civil asset forfeiture. They can legally do that. Like, as evidence? No, not even connected to a crime. Like they can just like. Technically, they can't pocket it for themselves, but it technically becomes like property of the city, right? But they will also illegally take it. They can legally take it, and they can also illegally take it, and they do also illegally take it. So you're not seeing that money back. So I get why he's like. They just take it really easy for the force. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, this thing that cops can do, and we don't really talk about it anymore because we kind of moved on. Because they had $2,000 on him and arrested and got a and it said never got his $2,000. Yeah, it's property of the city now. Civil asset forfeiture. It goes to fund the overtime. I'm literally not even joking. This is a fake.
Police can take your car or cash, even if you're never charged.
Hi, my name is Christy Fram, and I'm an attorney here at the Nieves Law Firm. And today I'm going to be discussing with you what is civil asset forfeiture. Civil asset forfeiture enables law enforcement agencies to seize and forfeit property that belongs to an individual that the law enforcement agency believes to be linked to criminal activity. The government has the burden of proof to prove that the property that it intends to seize or forfeit is linked to criminal activity. And if successfully proven, the government does have the ability to either hold, sell, or destroy that property that is linked to the criminal activity.
Which means they can just take your money, say that it's being used for like, but by criminal activity, they can say that they take your money and then say you're going to use it to buy drugs with. Right? And all they have to do is prove to themselves, essentially, they basically have to prove to the government, which is themselves, that you were going to use that money to buy drugs. And if they can prove that, they get to keep the money. Isn't that crazy? Imagine if somebody came up to you with a gun and was like, give me all the money in your pockets. You're going to use that money to buy a candy bar, right? And you're just like, no, I'm not. It's like, yes, you are. I can prove it. They take the money out of your pocket, right? They were like, haha, I knew you were going to use it to buy a candy bar. I smell chocolate on your breath. It's my money now. And they just walk away. You were robbed. They robbed you. They robbed you. That is literally robbery. And that is a thing that cops do still currently right now. Anyway, I do know how we got here from Jack Doherty, because cops do that for like money and drugs. By the way, they will civil asset forfeiture drugs like cocaine, crack. Sometimes like cops be getting crazy. They will take drugs, right? Claim that the drugs are illegal. And then they will say that they destroyed the drugs, and then the cops will just take it back and use it. What a corrupt institution. What a corrupt institution policing is. They do it for legal prescriptions? Yeah. Because they will open up your prescription and be like, oh, it has your prescription and your name on it that you have a prescription to use? No, these are definitely like MDMA tablets. You know what I mean? This is speed. This is LSD. Sorry, we have to take it back to the lab. Wink, wink. To test it, and it never makes it back to the lab. And when you ask about it, they just oh, they lost it, right? Or you're lying. Sorry, we're going to get to the Nithya interview in a second, but like, I had to go on my rant about policing real quick.
Half, bro. Just go on the sidewalk. You'll get your paycheck later. You don't have to be clowning yourself like this for Jack.
It depends on jurisdiction, though. There are a few states that can civil forfeiture. Very few, though. Oh, that ban civil forfeiture. Very few, though. Yes, but that's also just legal civil forfeiture. Like, cops will just steal from you, like, legally. Illegally. They will. That also did happen to Afro Man. They did take money out of his like suit pockets. They will also illegally steal from you. Civil asset forfeiture is just the legal avenue that they can go through to take from you and steal from you. But they will also do it illegally and then lie about it. So, and his cake, his lemon pound cake, bro.
You're my friend. So you can take it off. You can take the watch off 45.
He's afraid of not getting fired for defending him from the cops. That's true. I didn't even stop to consider that. Jack Doherty is such a fucking lobotomite. I bet he would blame his bodyguard for that. Why didn't you beat up the cops, dude? You're fired. I didn't even think of that. So now that behavior makes a little bit more sense. Did not even consider that, because any normal, rational person, that wouldn't even be a thought that would cross their mind. But you have to throw that out the window when talking about Jack Doherty.
No. No. No, you're going to jail. You really going to take it? No, it's not. No. Let's get the road. I'm just asking for letters. I'm just asking so you get an idea what. What's going on? Yeah, that's why I'm asking. Like, yeah, that's how we gotta learn. That's how we gotta learn.
With officers finding 3 hand-rolled
It is how we gotta learn,
cannabis cigarettes
unfortunately.
and half of an orange
Jack
oval
Dorkey
shaped
has to
pill
learn it the
marked with
hard
a
way,
3,
hopefully.
consistent with a Schedule II amphetamine, Jack is immediately brought to the station. And this is where his entitled behavior leads him to pull another move that he will soon regret.
There's no way he keeps up this machismo in the police station while looking like a Boy Scout. There's not even cameras rolling.
Like, Charlie has to realize he's a white kid. You know what I mean, right? Like, Jack Doherty's entire calling card was his parents driving him to the FaZe house. Just a random house that the FaZe boys, like, owned in the suburbs. To knock on their door. To bother, like, FaZe Rug. That is his first, like, brush with content. He did a vlog of his mom driving him to the FaZe house to bother the random FaZe boys as a 12-year-old. I'm not making that up. That is a real thing that happened. It's in the Jawbreak video that we looked at. Where is it at?
Bedroom door to save McKinley, stating that there's so much more she can say and many more girls wanting to come forward about him. She says Matt is jealous and the only thing he cares about is seeing Jack's downfall. Matt, all he is, label her a Karen and milk her reaction for all the enough. Jack finally gets his wish. A while, and obviously if I did, I'd be exploiting him in vlogs by now. Jack stands there a while, knocking at attention. I mean, talk about a breach of how he ended up doing stuff like this for clout and attention. It might possibly have something to do with him never being disciplined as a kid, and in fact, having his behavior enabled by his parents from a young age. Take this 7-year-old video, for example, where his mother willingly drives him to the actual FaZe house on the off chance he gets to meet his favorite YouTubers in the flesh, filming their home and neighborhood without permission. I mean, talk about a breach of privacy. This is about as parasocial as it gets.
We're at the FaZe house right now. Holy crap, guys, we're going in.
So, like, yeah, of course, when he's like a 22-year-old 10 years later, he's gonna have the same entitled white boy attitude, which is like, nah, I'm rich enough to deal with this. Because his parents enabled that in him. It's literally white privilege. Like, it's like, there's no other way to describe that other than just white privilege. Going in, he tried to open, the door was locked, obviously. But he basically staked outside, waited for the FaZe boys to come. They drove up, saw a little kid with a camera, and then drove off.
Praying that he can maybe catch. His mother is getting impatient.
Come on, wait one more minute. I want them to come out so freaking badly.
But after loitering long enough, Jack finally gets his wish.
Oh my god! FaZe rain! FaZe rain! Guys, it's freaking FaZe rain! Oh my god! The Audi R8. Holy crap! No! FaZe rain! You're leaving us!
And then it's over. Well, that was worth it, huh? Shocked FaZe Rain would feel uncomfortable coming home to a random child filming him on his front porch. It's a real mystery why he sped away so fast.
Guys, so we're leaving the FaZe house. They didn't open the door. We saw his car and everything, but he didn't come out. Why?
Which goes back to the original point that if Jack had someone in his life to tell him that this was wrong and inappropriate and invasive, he may not have continued on down this path. And although...
And now he's here doing the same thing in the precinct, bro.
Sack Dorky, why even bother, man? I thought for sure the body cam would just have him like completely abandon the tough guy persona. There's no way. There's no way he tries to puff out his chest.
Right? Because no one said that thing.
We're not questioning it.
Oh, really?
It's kind of how it works. Just face that way for me, please.
That's right.
Yes, still like that.
Are your guys' body cams going?
Oh, he's trying to farm off the body cams. Oh my god, he's such a loser. Holy shit. Oh my god, it's actual bottom of the barrel.
Alright, so here's what's going to happen. I'm going to remove the handcuff from you. Listen.
Oh, yeah.
And then take all your jewelry out.
Okay.
Socks, sneakers, put them on top of the car. Yes.
Top of the, what?
Counter.
This might seem like a simple order, but to Jack, it's about protecting his jewelry, and he won't even hesitate to instruct officers on how to preserve it.
I'm knocking out tonight.
Unfortunately not, brother.
When do you think I will?
Tomorrow's Saturday, hopefully tomorrow.
Okay, hopefully. Hopefully.
They don't want to be around you either, man. So yeah, hopefully.
I'm so OCD. I'm gonna give him this so it doesn't have to be here. Like, please.
You gonna give him? No, I go here.
Just my jewelry. I'll do anything.
I'm down for that. Let him. He got his phone, right?
Yeah, it's right here.
Make a phone. Let him make a phone call.
Thank you.
And
Oh, they're being so nice to him.
Yeah.
Have him come to the station.
Yo, you want to come to this? You got my location? Just give me the address. How come? Dave has the location, but you can pick up my jewelry.
Why does Jack always rub his tummy? That's something I've noticed. When he crashes his car, he's rubbing his tummy. When he's getting arrested, he's rubbing his tummy. Why does he do that? I don't really get it.
I mean, assumedly it's Friday night, right? Or it's Friday morning at 3:18 a.m. Like, I can't tell. They kind of are just done with this kid, you know?
Is it like something from childhood? Like now he just can't help but rub his little belly?
Pick up my jewelry, you know?
Just in your car. I'm recording on the. You're gonna put all the jewelry in the
pick up my
bag?
jewelry.
In the car. Matter of fact, yeah, put it all in the bag. Yeah. He's gonna go back out and go into your car or whatever. Sit in there.
A nervous tick?
And then the guy will walk him in.
I guess. That's a weird one, though. I don't usually see that.
He's like, hey, you can get this and get his, all his, the person.
He's checking for...
It's like it wasn't a holiday. It was sat there for a minute. Yeah.
Abs. Nope. Still out of shape.
No problem.
Sorry, I'm trying to tell him to come here. Yo, can you hear me? Hello, hello.
Ain't no video, just phone calls.
It's just not working.
He's like, it's not working, so I gotta call him. Bro, they're just, okay, this is literally just, you see the different ways that the cops interact with like white kids? Even like, you know, black cops and brown cops interact with white kids versus like black kids, you know what I mean? Just bending over backwards. Bending over backwards. What's the end goal? Get as much money as you can before going to jail for 5 to 10 years. Now, the end goal for this guy here, for Jack, is he wants to get his chain and his cut, like his you know, wash all of his stuff off, so that hopefully, like the cops don't like damage it with their grubby little fingers or something. I don't know. He's like, guys, this is expensive. I don't trust you guys to handle it. Can I give this to my friend real quick, please?
Okay, bet.
Tell him to have his driver's license and everything.
You should inform the officer up front that the goof troop's coming through, guys.
Someone just have Dave or whoever has their ID.
It's about to get cringe.
You do? I bet.
How much was it again? Yourself, right? Can you,
What you did, Bruce?
here's the problem, right? We made an exception for you to...
This actual fucking parasite. He called his friend and then started recording on his phone.
That's honestly kind of funny. The cop looked, he was like, what did he expect? The phone is going to go in a bag. The bag is going to go in like a container with like the rest of his stuff, and it's going to sit there until he gets out of holding. What did he think would happen to it? Like, did he think he'd get some like super secret intel about like the cops being like, hey, we're plotting against Jack Doherty specifically, and we know that it's him, and we hate him so much, and this is gonna help his lawsuit or something? What did he expect to come from like starting a recording when handing his phone over? If he thinks that they're gonna steal it, his phone. Like, I mean, maybe, I don't know. I don't know.
He just needs to stay in jail forever. Like he's
He's
not really a human being anymore. He's legitimately subhuman.
I can't even believe it's for content because like, what do you think he would get out of it? There's no content to get from it. He's going in a holding cell.
His brain is so rotted and poisoned. All he sees is like content opportunities, but it's also like terrible content. Like legitimately, it's just bad content. So he's trying to perform for the cameras, and he's still
going into a holding cell, and his phone is getting like packaged up with his shoes or his freaking pants and stuff. Like, or his I don't know, it's like his jewelry and his hat and stuff. You know what I mean? Like his other belongings, and he's gonna sit there until like the morning. And that's kind of it.
Lame and
boring. Yeah, they just steal the money.
Just keep him in jail, man.
Make a phone call. Yes?
Yes.
And I told you not to record, but you are recording.
I don't know.
So you know what's gonna happen now? All these is going with you to the UK. We're not giving this to anybody else. What's gonna happen now? All these is going with you to the UK. We're not giving this to anybody else.
I can just delete the video.
No, take your shoes off.
Bro, what? Like,
Take your shoes off. Take your shoes off.
I don't get it.
You guys recording too?
Take your shoes off.
My shoes are off.
Take your socks off.
Alright.
Hey, call the sergeant. 10-7. Somebody picking these up is going to the UK.
The what?
Turn on.
Dude, for real?
It's going to the incinerator, bro. We're torching it.
Come on.
Hey, be careful! Be careful! This tiny meat might get damaged there. You gotta be. What are you doing in there? Oh, hey, what? Hey, stop it! You're slapping his little almond nuts around.
Okay. They ends up in a cell.
Yeah, I'll turn on.
I will try to help him out.
Damn, he looks so hard in there.
Yeah, I'll turn on.
I will try to help him out. He's gonna go straight over.
Probably not in the morning anymore, you know?
No, really? You didn't start Saturday?
Hey, I'll try to help you, man.
Ultimately, Jack
That's
Doherty
true, they
was
did try
charged
to
with
help him.
felony possession of controlled substance without prescription, misdemeanor, resistance.
Is he still in jail? Hold on. He was charged with the. All right, I forgot about the drugs. Forgot about the drugs. He was. Like, I don't think he got charged for the felony for the cannabis. It was definitely for the MDMA.
Without violence, possession of cannabis. He was later released on a $3,500 cash bond. But true to his nature, Jack continued milking the incident for content after his release. Even uploading footage officers had accidentally recorded on his phone after not realizing the camera was still running. In a later interview with TMZ.
So yeah, Whack Dorky did pay the bond, and
this is funny, just because he doesn't understand that when this happens again, he's gonna get no leniency, right? He could milk the white kid card probably a solid 6 times if he just played like the naive white kid. But like with this, like once he gets arrested again, there's no leniency. They're gonna find out about this. They're gonna be like, okay, no, this guy's gonna, just keep him in jail, no bond, no bail. Keep him in jail. He's a flight risk. Or whatever, you know what I mean? The judge is going to be like, let me get on the local news. Could be if it goes a long way. Especially if you're a white kid who's privileged. Because they let him get away with so much. In this video. He was like, bro, can I call somebody? And they were like, yeah. Can I just call somebody to get my jewelry? And they were like, yeah. Okay, can you come and get my stuff, my cash and my jewelry and all my... They were like, yeah. And he was just like, no, I need to have content. I need to start my phone and start a recording for my content. And it's like... What? You know what I mean? Like... It's just insane. Insanity. That's the Jack Doherty stuff, though. So we got through all of the dumb incidents of the white boys in court for content stuff. Now it's time for the real reason that we're all here. And ow, my freaking leg. Hold on. My leg again. I did it again. Is that him? Yes, this is him when he was like 13. Ugh. Okay. Yeah, it's fine. It's my knee. I'm getting old, chat. My knees. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, right. I'm here to talk about what we're all here to talk about. We're gonna being old. I'm not even 26 yet. What did Planner do now? Honestly, nothing yet. Sorry, I saw a tweet that said Breaking Bill Maher has died, and I didn't believe it. I don't believe it. The New York Times interview? Was it a New York Times interview? No. We're talking about the Nithya Rama. Not Rama. What's her last name? Rahman. It's close. Interview. Does somebody have the link to the VOD? Do I have to find it myself? All right. I was going to show this Bill Maher clip first, and then we'll get to the other thing.
Along with them, who really was the bad guy in World War II? And the New York Times has on their podcast super leftist Hasan Piker, who they call a progressive mind, and who says Zionists should be treated the same as Nazis, which I assume means hung at Nuremberg. That's what progressive is now? I guess so. The kids are sure into it. They went nuts last year at Coachella for Kneecap. That's the name of an Irish rap group. As if Ireland has...
Bill Maher always just complaining about what the kids like. This is all his show is.
Suffered enough.
That's just it. It's like, it literally old man yells at clouds. Get off my lawn! Yeah, Bill Maher is stupid. Where's it at? Close. Yo.
And I want to make sure
Okay, let's get to the quintessential main topic of discussion we're going to talk about today. Because after this, we're going to get to talk about... There's a new Nithya Hasan video on Marjorie Taylor Greene and AOC that I want to look at. And there's apparently a drop site news and Sam Cedar Majority Report a discussion about it as well. That we'll also take a look at as well. I think this is like 10 minutes, right? 15 minutes, yeah. So this is a little bit long, but this is like an hour long. So I want to get started on this earlier. So this is actually interesting. Give me 1 second. Oh, my legs. Also, it's kind of chilly. Do I have a jacket or something here? Ugh. That is Rugrats hoodie. That counts technically. Ugh. 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 Are we in for disappointment power hour? It depends on who you were hoping to be not disappointed by. Yeah, it came from freaking Marshalls. Bro, what did you think? I only caught about the last 30 minutes of it, so like the last half. But I'll get into what I think in a second. I want to talk about the pre-discussion discourse a little bit, because I think we slightly talked about it yesterday in varying forms. But there was also like just a general discourse about it is Discourse Squared about like how Hasan would do with discussing or talking to Nithya specifically. And generally, as things are, I think everybody is incorrect about this discussion. Funnily enough, I think, and I'll get into why in a second, but you get hers easy out and she did not take them. I think, okay, so basically yesterday we talked about Hasan's interview with the Utah guy. I still don't know his name. I still have, it's like Blowen. That's what his name is. Interview with Blowen. In that specific segment about the Utah man. And how like that interview wasn't like fantastic. Is it Bluin? Okay, I won't say that's a stupid name. That's not nice. But from what I saw, this interview was not that. Right? This interview has showed that Hasan, right, is very capable of conducting a very like strong interview. Right? And as I said yesterday, like, I don't even think from what I saw, even the back half of this interview, I don't even think it was contentious. I think it was very similar to Tom Steyer, where Hasan asked very fair questions and she completely floundered. Right? Exactly, Themasius. Exactly. I don't think Hasan's goal was to be contentious. He said he wanted to be tough but fair. He said he could have gone a lot harder. Exactly. And I think a lot of Hasan fans get this incorrect, right? A lot of people who like Hasan are like currently doing like not a victory lap, but like are currently like popping off on people on Twitter by being like, yeah, Hasan like you know brought the Zionists on to like take her down or whatever, and like that's not what he was doing. Like that's not what his goal was with this interview, right? Hasan's goal was not to like interrogate her and like to like you know take her down a peg or whatever, right? He didn't want to be a contentious interview, right? He wanted to give her an opportunity, right? Because she's one of the more viable candidates, right? And more left-wing than Spencer Pratt and than Karen Bass to speak on the things that she's bad at, right? That's what he wanted to do, right? He wanted to give her an opportunity to kind of make amends with the wider left. And she completely failed, right? She missed layups. That is entirely her fault. And it's not at all Hasan's fault that she couldn't do that. You know? That's literally that she missed it. She took an L in that front, in that regard. And she should have came more prepared. She seemed agitated too. To be fair, and I will say this, to be fair, I can understand why she was agitated. She didn't prepare. And I don't even think it's not that she didn't prepare. I think she was unprepared, right? Or underprepared. But I don't think that she didn't prepare, right? The answers that she gave, from what I saw, didn't give that she did not prepare, right? I think she was underprepared. She definitely was not expecting to be questioned on whether or not Israel has a right to exist. That was not a question that she was ready to answer. I can tell you that for a fact. For a fact. That is not a question that how? Okay, politicians. To be fair, and I will say this, that's not a question that people are asked. Right? She was prepared to answer whether or not Israel was committing a genocide. That is the question that she was prepared to answer. She answered that question very quickly. And she did say yes. She said that Israel was committing a genocide. She was not prepared to talk about the existence of the state of Israel. Because, and I say this in my Discord, nobody gets asked about the existence of the state of Israel. You saw that Steyer interview, I bet? Yeah. I don't think Hasan asked Steyer about the existence of the state of Israel either. Right? But to be fair, so I got asked. I mean, yes, but like, I meant like in this current like electoral season, right? Like that's not like what people are necessarily questioned on, per se. You know what I mean? But yeah, exactly. Unless it's coming from the other direction, right? Leftists are not asking other leftists about whether or not they think Israel should exist in contentious interviews. You know? Look, how do I say this? And I'll answer your question in a second. Which one? This one. Do you think Grant Plattner has been asked about whether or not he thinks Israel should exist? Is my question that I'll ask you. You know, do you think Oliver Larkin? Do you think James Tallarico? Do you think Schroykot? You know? Do you think freaking Bluin or whatever? That's not a thing that is asked to progressive politicians. I think it should be. Right? I think it should be. But it's not as common as a push, right? I think Platter has. I mean, if you find it, look, like you can show me, right? I looked yesterday because I was curious, right? It was asked to Mamdani. Mamdani was asked about the existence of the state of Israel. This is true, right? But it is not something that is commonly asked to kind of look blonde, right? Mamdani is Muslim. But you have to understand, like, when it's asked, it's usually asked from like a right-wing perspective, which is like, do you want Israel to like all Israelis to die or whatever? You know what I mean? Like that's how it's usually framed. It's not usually asked from a leftist perspective about like, are you a one-stater or a two-stater? Right? If we're going to be reductive, that's kind of what the question is getting to. Right? That's not what's like asked of like leftist politicians. I think I said this a few months ago, right? It's not. The leftist politicians are not asked about, you know, whether or not they believe in a one-state or two-state solution. Like Ro Khanna, who is oftentimes touted recently about being a very good politician about Palestine, in October of last year was reinforcing Israel's right to exist as a state. You know what I mean? And so this is a thing that politicians believe. Like, I think pretty much every politician, if you were to ask them that question, would probably say a very similar answer that she has received, right? They're just not asked that question because we know what their answer is going to be. You know what I mean? And so that is something that I think that she didn't prepare for. And I can understand why she didn't prepare for it, because it's not a question that you would usually get from people, right? I think the only difference is that like Nithya has a history of being like against BDS, right? And has a history of like defending Israel's right to exist. So like I think it's a fair question to be like, did your thoughts on this change? So she was just underprepared. You know? But on this topic, where's it at? Is politicians going to easily adopt Zoran's as a state with equal rights answer? Yeah. I mean, Hasan is also a good answer to it, you know? Where, like, Israel cannot exist as it exists right now. Right? Israel is currently an apartheid state, and it cannot exist as an apartheid state. That is a good answer. Right? Ta-Nehisi Coates has a good answer, which is like, we do not talk about states based on their rights to exist. Right? No state has a right to exist. Right? These are all like good answers to this question about like Israel's right to, or you just say that like we're talking about, or pose a question about like, does Israel have a right to exist? Right? You know, talk about the fact that, you know, regardless of whether or not Israel should exist or not, or shouldn't exist, we as the U.S. shouldn't be funding them regardless. Right? It's a slight sidestep, so it's not as good of an answer. Right? But when you say that, like, no, I think Israel should exist, right? As it currently is doing a genocide now, right? It's, you know, analogous to somebody being like, I mean, like, listen, I don't like the Holocaust, but like, yeah, maybe Nazi Germany should exist, you know? You understand that sounds silly. That sounds silly and dumb. You shouldn't say that. You would never say that, like, you want Nazi Germany to exist. Right? So I think she was underprepared for that question. I think that says something about who she is as a leftist politician, right? Backed by the DSA, right? Like, I have my critiques of like Graham Plattner, but he's not a DSA-backed candidate. She is. I expect her to be better. I expect her to have better answers than she had. He makes it clear, exactly. But we're gonna watch this. But I do want to get to this. Where's it at? I lost it. I saw it somewhere. Oh, this question. Do you agree with Hasan that she's the only viable choice? This, I think, is where a lot of discourse has sprung up from this conversation. And I think it's pretty interesting. Right? Because I think if you subscribe to like electoral like viability and electability arguments, I don't hold it against you for feeling that way. You know? I don't necessarily do politics in that way. Right? I personally don't do politics in that way. I don't like look at, because that kind of reads back into like 2024 Kamala Harris, right? It's a liberals position Kamala Harris. Like, you know, there's no way that a third party could win. So why would you ever vote for Claudia Del Cruz or whatever? Because she could never win. You know, only one person is viable, right? So, and again, I understand the harm reduction narratives. And I understand why people vote for harm reduction narratives, right? But I like to support politicians based on like them being good and supporting good policies, like foundationally, right? And so I think I said this in Brett's stream yesterday when he was talking about this, is that I think Hasan is consistent on this, right? Hasan has been consistent on this like for years. Like, I don't know what people expected him to do differently than like coalesce around a candidate that he thinks is viable. He always does that, right? I can disagree with that strategy, but he's consistent on that. And I will never criticize Hasan on that front because he is consistent on that. You feel me? But I've seen Blue in about Palestinian solutions.
as, you know, neutral mediators if that's possible, which I think probably many people would say it's probably not possible.
So if there was a feasibility for this, would you advocate for a single democratic state with equal rights for all?
Yes.
Okay. All right. It's good to know.
Yeah.
Beyond the Middle East, you've also been a vocal critic.
I will say that is a different question. That is a different question than he asked Nithya, to be entirely fair. That is a different question. He said, given the feasibility, would you advocate for a single democratic state with equal rights for all? Versus, do you think Israel has a right to exist? They are different questions. Right? I think you should ask this guy as well. Do you think Israel should have a right to exist as well? Right? I also believe that. But I think it's good that this guy believes this as well. I think it's good and positive. Right? I do think if you pose the same question to Nithya, I think that she would also say the same thing. You know what I mean? I think that she would also say yes to that question. You know what I mean? Does have a history of being pro-Israel? I don't think it necessarily matters. I think you should still ask him whether or not he thinks Israel has a right to exist. I mean, he specifically asked her, does Israel have a right to exist in its current state given the apartheid? And she still said yes. I mean, we're gonna watch it anyway. Right? But like, again, it's there. She's bad. She sucks. She does suck. She's really bad. Right? But I do think we should interrogate all of our candidates about whether or not they believe Israel should exist as well. Right? This is what I said a few months ago as well. Right? I remember very distinctly in 2024, there was a big discourse around never voting for a candidate that wasn't an anti-Zionist. Do y'all remember that? I remember there being a huge push for never voting for a candidate that was not an anti-Zionist. That was a massive thing. I will never vote for a candidate that is not anti-Zionist. I feel like that has gone away. I feel like either the definition of anti-Zionist is, you know, where Hasan is credited. I don't think Hasan is a hypocrite, right? Because I don't know if Hasan himself has said that, right? Right? I just know that was a thing that was said, right? Yeah, that's why people wouldn't vote for Kamala, right? Yes. And so I just think that the way that we position anti-Zionism, or at least who we vote for as lesser evilism, has shifted as we've gotten closer and closer to the next election cycle. You didn't need to go hard on her. Her wishy-washy answers did much damage, if not more already. No, I agree with you. I completely agree. Like she completely tanked her entire, not campaign, but her entire messaging strategy here. This is all her doing. I think Hasan tried to throw her a bone and she completely failed. Right? I don't think Hasan was trying to help her specifically. I think Hasan tried to give her an opportunity to explain to himself and to his audience her previous pro-Israel positions, and she failed. That's entirely on her. Feels like it started getting abandoned after the ceasefire, with the being less and less coverage on the genocide. I mean, yeah, that also happened in tandem with Trump being elected, right? And so that I remember that vividly during 2024, about people saying that we should not support any candidate that is not anti-Zionist explicitly, right? And then now we're seeing clearly not anti-Zionist be risen to positions of power. And now it's become now it's, any candidate that gets APAC money, we don't support. Or now it's any candidate that won't call it Israel's doing a genocide, we won't support. Which is all good. That's not the same thing. Does that make sense? In my mind, it's not the same thing. And I feel like as we keep, I don't want to say lowering the standard, but essentially lowering the standard, right? We're going to start allowing us to accept, because if we accept Nithya, who is like, yes, Israel's doing a genocide, but it should still exist as an apartheid state, who's to say we won't accept the next person that says Israel's doing a genocide? Who's to say we won't accept the next person that says we should be funding, like, Israel's doing a genocide, we should still be funding the Iron Dome? Like, who's to say that the next thing or the next thing or the next thing, right? That we won't be like drawing the line on. Does that make sense? And that's my fear when it comes to like, not Nithya specifically, because Nithya isn't even the worst of this. Does that make sense? I don't know if I'm describing this correctly. I think this is inherited electoralism. I agree. I do agree, which is why I'm not a big fan of electoralism, right? I do think that if you are for electoralism, I understand why you are doing that, right? I do think if you're pro-electoralism and you see it as an effective strategy and harm mitigation, I understand why you are doing that, right? It's why I think it's a strategical difference. I think she can be swayed. It's not the career prosecutor Kamala. The argument is flawed. See, that's the bar moving though. That's the goalpost shifting. Now it's not, we're not voting for people who are anti-Zionist. Now we're voting for people who can be swayed. That is a shifting metric. That is a shifting goalpost, right? That can mean anything. Literally, that can mean literally anything. Now we can elect Zionists because maybe they can be swayed in the future, right? Right, and Sarah's also making a good point. Like that's what people were saying about Kamala. Like, you think that she can't be swayed. Some people did think she can be swayed. They were saying, I want to elect Kamala Harris because it's easier to sway her than to sway Trump, which technically is correct. Right, but like, where's the line? Where's the line at? And so that this is the conversation that I don't want to change your mind, right? I'm not saying this to change your mind, and I'm definitely not saying this to change Hasan's mind. I just want you to think about that, right? I want you to think about that when you're getting into electoralism. You know what I mean? That's a little hyperbolic. Even pro-Palestine people are a spectrum. For example, 1 to 2 state solution. But I didn't say pro-Palestine people, chatter. I said anti-Zionist. I was very specific. I said anti-Zionist, and that it means a very specific thing. And I said the definition of anti-Zionist is shifting. Kamala is also easy to be swayed to the Republican side. Yeah, but that also applies to the people that we're talking about with Nithya as well. Right? Like, it's vibes. I want you guys to understand, it's literally vibes. You're trying to ascribe metrics to something that you feel. It's feelings in your body. Right? You feeling that Nithya over Kamala Harris can be swayed is vibes. You feeling that James Talarico over Jasmine Crockett can be swayed is vibes. It's vibes. It literally is vibes. It's how you look at something, you're like, well, maybe. It's a feeling in my bones, it's the tingles. It's the tingles, my spidey sense. It's vibes. It's literally vibes. That's the point that I'm making. It is vibes. Right? And I don't even think Hasan believes that. Hasan has been consistent. I think Hasan believes in like harm reduction voting. I think Hasan believes in getting the most viable progressive person in a seat so that the least amount of harm occurs in the interim. That's what Hasan believes. I don't think Hasan is like, saying, vote for Nithya because I think that she can be swayed. It's vote for Nithya because there's no other viable candidate and she's the most left-wing of the people involved. Right? It's not of some like nebulous idea that like you can change Nithya's mind on this. Right? That may be a part of it. Right? But that's not the goal of getting her elected. It's not get her elected so you change her mind. It's get her elected, maybe you change her mind, and while that's happening, we do other stuff as well. Right? And Hasan is consistent on that. That is something that he is consistent on. You feel me? Which is why I don't have a beef with Hasan. Because Hasan is consistent on that because he also voted for Kamala Harris. So that makes sense. It makes sense because he is consistent on that. What's weird to me is people who are like, I would never vote for Holocaust Harris because she violated my red line, right? And I need to stand by my principles and morals, but are then like, you know, James Talarico, he's kind of my guy though. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense to me. That's what's weird to me. Because that's not consistency. If you're like, well, you know, Kamala Harris because it's lesser evil voting, and James Talarico because it's lesser evil voting, and then Nithya because it's lesser evil voting, and then Graham Planet because it's that would make sense. That would make sense. That makes sense and it's consistent, and I can disagree with it, but it makes sense and it's consistent, and I don't have beef with people like that. Right? But it's the weird inconsistency as it pertains to like harm reduction and lesser evil that gets me. Does that make sense? The thing is, I feel like we need to apply the pressure of telling someone I won't vote for them to try to get them to change their views, but at the end of the day, I will vote, and I'm consistent on that. And that is exactly what I've been saying that you should do. This is exactly my position. Do whatever you think you need to do in the ballot box. I'm not one of those people who are like, if you're not going to vote for Butch Ware, you're a fake leftist. Right? I'm not one of those people to say, if you don't vote for Joe Stein, you're a fake leftist. Right? Honestly, I don't really care who you vote for in the presidency. Right? I don't really care who you vote for in general. As long as it's not Republican. If you vote for a Republican, you're stupid. My point is that you should use every ounce of political power that you have to put pressure on any politician that is in office to get them to move in a way that is effective. I don't care who it is. Right? So if it's Kamala Harris running for office and you're like, well, I'm going to vote for her and I'm not going to tell her to stop doing a genocide because, you know, that makes her super sad or whatever, then I think you're not doing politics well because you're not using your vote to pressure, right? But if you're like Kamala Harris, if you don't stop this genocide, I won't vote for you. But you get to the ballot box and you're just like, lesser evil. Am I going to stop you on that? What am I going to do about that? I think you've done what you needed to do in that moment. You feel me? In my worldview. This is a description of my worldview. I'm not describing anybody else except for me right now. Right? And I completely understand people who make that decision. I completely get it. Right? I just wish we were more consistent on that. What he is necessarily supporting. I agree with that. I do agree with that. Right? But I do want to get to this question because there is more that I want to say. Right? There is more that I want to say. But like I don't want this idea to happen. Because I think I saw something on someone said in Hasan's stream yesterday. Like I don't know if people have this idea that like I hate Hasan or whatever. Or that I'm coming at Hasan specifically. Right? I will criticize Hasan and I will critique Hasan when I think he deserves it. Right? But I do think Hasan is consistent on this. I think I have a strategic like disagreement with Hasan on electoralism and voting. Right? But I don't think Hasan is an enemy because I think he's consistent on what he believes. right? That's it. It's not like we have a lot of options, and that's why I don't beef with people who believe differently in that regard. You know what I mean? There aren't a lot of options. there literally there aren't. So like, I understand what Hasan is trying to do. I don't personally agree with it fully, but I understand it conceptually, right? And he's consistent on it. If he was inconsistent, I would have beef with him. Like the same way I said that I have beef with people who are inconsistent. If Hasan was like inconsistent in that regard, I would have beef with him. But he's at least consistent, and this shows his consistency. For the most part, I do think he should interview every candidate with this amount of vigor. But let's get into the conversation.
Every person across Los Angeles feels safe expressing their beliefs, feels safe protesting, and something that I will continue to focus on. If I'm
people replying to criticism of Hasan, I was saying as a Sean Chatter, Sean sent them. You can let them. It's fine. If that's what it takes to get like critique heard, I don't care. You know, I'm not going to be here for that much longer anyway. If that has to be my legacy, so that the critique that I'm levying is at least listened to, whatever. That's how I feel. You got 3 more months out of me before I go back to school. So.
The reason why I'm asking this question is because you're right. There are people who like Israel living in Los Angeles, or people who don't like Israel living in Los Angeles. The overwhelming majority at this point, I believe, especially in the Democratic Party. Can you send me the doc link?
Why did it cut like that?
Thank you. Hello. What's up? Yes, of course. And so are you. All right.
Wait, why is it mirrored? Is this an AI channel? What is going on? No, it's not. Why is it mirrored? That's so strange. It's the AI channel? It's Vietnamese. No, it doesn't have the... It doesn't have like the old... Oh, wait, does it have an AI banner? I didn't look at it. Ah, you're right, it does. Okay, someone give me a good link. So I just deleted the old videos. I was like, what? Why not just watch the Twitch VOD? Oh, that's so much work. I have to like go back to Twitch and then click on the... It's so much work to get the Twitch VOD, chat. You don't understand. It's so much work to go and find a freaking Twitch VOD. What's the timestamp? Oh, so this happened so late in the day, by the way.
All right, Nithya Ramen, everybody. I already gave your introduction while you were coming in, so we're just gonna dive right into it. So we have a very important mayoral race coming up.
I want to see the introduction, actually.
There are a lot of moving parts within the
.LA. Father, an immigrant.
LA. And the reason why I have a lot of questions for her is because during her tenure, in office, which, by the way, I'll give you guys a little bit of insight into how
I do agree. California politics are completely cooked. Uniquely bad. Uniquely bad.
the Los Angeles system works. It's not the same. There's no centralized power for the Los Angeles mayor in the way that it exists for the New York mayor, for the record. So this is not like a similar system at all. City council members as a collective have a lot more power than the mayor does. The mayor's office is reduced in its capacity. Of course, the mayor still has a lot of control over certain things. However, having said that, the totality of council members have tremendous power over, you know, budgeting and everything else in a way that the Los Angeles or in a way that the New York mayor is not burdened.
DSA,
Okay.
I mean, listen, we also when this is all said and done, we need to have a very real conversation about the DSA LA as an organization. I'll just say that.
So the mayor has to work with the council. LA has LA has a weak mayor system. Here's a DSA LA video from friend of the show.
Is fake.
Explaining
It's not real. Not in the
Wait, what?
Scary.
Is this the right one?
kind of AI way. I just mean, it's a political ad. We're on a soundstage. I'm walking around in a little circle. This is Diego, our sound guy. You're over it. So are the DSA candidates I want to talk to you about. Los Angeles doesn't work like a city like New York that has one central strong mayor's office. That power is kind of shared between city council, city attorney, and the mayor's office. A little bit less Zoran, a little bit more Voltron, which is why you need a nice buffet of DSA candidates, like Marissa Roy. She's a civil rights lawyer running for city attorney. It's just one of those spots on your ballot that you look at as your eyes glaze over. Your mind foggy like the victim of a wizard's curse, stripped of its memory. City council can pass the laws, but they don't mean anything unless the city attorney enforces them. Marissa Roy has beaten big corporations, thank you. Plus, she's sued the Trump administration and won. And then there's Ulises Hernandez. She led the charge to reallocate city funds away from punishment and into care. Her unarmed response teams have answered over 15,000 calls.
DSA politics is a solid video. It is a solid video. DSA as an organization is, yeah.
Backup. Estuardo Mazariegos is a father, an immigrant, and a ground-up.
But again, to be fair, this is what I'm saying that the DSA and other organizations should do. They should put up their candidates. They should put up good candidates, like Ray Huang. But they should put up candidates and be like, these are the candidates that we are positioning. Vote for these candidates specifically. Instead of just being like, well, guess we have to support these candidates. Which is kind of like what you see in like San Francisco DSA. You know what I mean? Who's like kind of like stuck between a rock and a shortcut, you know?
Works to empower tenants in South Central and across the city, lobbying for better legislation and developing leaders in communities too often ignored. Faiza Malik has spent the last 15 years protecting renters, immigrants, and everyday Angelenos. From expanding tenant protections to winning policies that help working families stay in their homes, she'll build a West Side that welcomes everyone. Even the guy on the boardwalk with the bearded dragon who hasn't worn a shirt since 1984.
Jeremiah Johnson, thank you for the prime.
You know what? No.
Much appreciated. Okay, we're gonna actually skip ahead a little bit.
There are a lot of moving parts. Incredibly, what do you think the fucking New York DSA slate is? The New York DSA slate also has the council candidate version of that. I interviewed them when I was in New York City. It's an incredibly fucking important part of. This is more important than the fucking mayoral seat. You know that, right? That's what I was describing to you. That like the reality of the matter is there are a lot of moving parts within the mayor system in Los Angeles. And this is like getting multiple council members into office that are DSA aligned or DSA backed or members of the DSA are perhaps more important, more consequential. Now, of course, if the mayor is like resistant to change like fucking Spencer Pratt, who knows what he could possibly do. But anyway, these are some of the questions that I will be posing to Nithya as well. And she's here right now, I think, and we'll have her in here in a moment. It's like how Chicago being mayor sucks.
Yeah,
We have to deal with the alderman system, so electing good aldermen is more important than mayor low-key. Yeah, I agree. Speaking of which, Bernie just endorsed the entire DSA New York slate. Well, New York City, I believe. Not all the congressional races. I think the congressional race endorsement structure is different for Bernard. Okay. Hold on. Let me. Where is the? Can you send me the doc link too? Thank you. Hello. What's up? Yes, of course. So are you. All right. Yeah, have you right there. All right, Nithya Raman, everybody. I already gave your introduction while you were coming in, so we're just gonna dive right into it. So we have a very important mayoral race coming up. You're a council person.
Yes.
What made you decide to run for mayor in a system where the mayor is technically weaker than the collection of council members?
Well, the mayor has a lot of power here in Los Angeles. I think it is a weaker mayor system than in a city like New York.
Jeez,
or in
I
a
slowed it
city
down
like
because I wanted to
Chicago.
hear more.
But the mayor here does have a lot of power. The biggest power that they have is.
I think let me know if this is a hot take. I may be like editorializing a little bit on Hasan here. I think a little bit from the lack of intro and immediately jumping in from the questions and from what I saw of this yesterday, does it feel like from anybody else that Hasan kind of doesn't really want to, we just started, I know, but doesn't really want to do the interview? Like, not like he doesn't like her, I think. Yeah, like, but like, this is what I said in my Discord, right? I think it's kind of like this. I think Hasan feels like he needs to give her screen time. He doesn't like doing interviews. I don't think that's true. Hasan loves doing interviews when it's people that he actually likes. Okay, exactly. We agree. Right? I think because Ray in his mind is no longer viable as a candidate, he feels like he needs to give the next most progressive person screen time and like, you know, be like, guys, Ray's no longer viable. You have to vote for this person now because, you know, Ray's no longer viable. You know what I mean? And so it's I don't say it's out of obligation, but it's more like that's kind of how it reads a little bit as well. Like ranked choice voting. I hate the lack of ranked choice voting. But also keep in mind, the Democrats in multiple districts and states have sued to keep ranked choice voting off the ballot. So like, that is a win that maybe the progressives could actually run on, to actually do when they actually have power. Is it going to happen? I don't have much hope, but it is maybe. The stream has changed a lot in the past year. Oh, if only somebody has said exactly that was going to happen. Remember that, chat? Remember like 7 or 6 months ago when I said exactly those words? And I said, like, Hasan's stream is going to change dramatically in the next like a year or so. And now he's like wearing suits every stream and doing interviews every stream. Like, I can see these things. Charter reform is happening right now in LA. If you live there, you can advocate for just voting. Now is the time. I would be sick. I'm a huge advocate for ranked voting. As you know, if you know me, I'm not the biggest electoralism fan in general, but like genuinely, if there's one thing I advocate for, it is ranked choice voting because it makes everything so much easier, right? Dealing with contested elections or uncontested elections, right? Getting third parties elected, getting DSA candidates elected, getting socials elected. Everything is so much easier if you have ranked choice voting, right? Zohar Mamdani getting elected had a lot to do with this policy, right? But also a lot to do with ranked choice voting as well, right? You don't have this, like, again, the jungle primary system that's, as we see, a mess. When you have ranked choice voting, it's a lot more cooperative. It's a way more cooperative structure than a competitive structure, right? You have like Brad Lander and Zohar Mamdani who are not like battling it out for like, you know, the progressive and leftist votes. It's like, hey, we're co-endorsing each other. Vote for me, number one. Vote for this person, number two. Way better system. Way better system. And I wish more progressives actually run on actually getting stuff like that done. Thrawn was helped by ranked choice voting, but more in a way, the way it makes people's campaign, makes people campaign. Yeah, it makes you feel like you're more a part of it because you are more a part of it if you're being entirely real, right? Like you are more likely to go out and vote if it's not just like two people on. Imagine like ranked choice voting for the presidential election. You know what I mean? Like you wouldn't see like PSL get like 2 or 3% of the vote. You'd see PSL get like 10% of the vote. Maybe not that much, but like 8%. Crazy numbers. Because you would lose nothing ranking third party first. Does that make sense? Like disillusionment would like, I think, cut in half for voting. No more like wasted vote discourse. Because it looks like you actually care about the result as a candidate, not just yourself when you and another candidate endorse each other. Yeah, it's just a better system. Sorry, I got distracted. Because there's two things that I like about electoralism, if anything. It's uncontested elections and contesting uncontested elections and ranked choice voting. If you ask me to talk about either of those, I could talk about those for hours.
Essentially managing all of the departments. They get to hire and fire department heads. They get to set their priorities. They get to make sure that they're actually doing their jobs. They create the first draft of the city's budget, and then the council takes it on and kind of wrangles with it as well. But the mayor does have a lot of power, and a lot of those powers were given to the mayor during the last charter reform process. And I want to make sure that we're actually using those powers to advance better goals for Los Angeles. And I was looking at this mayoral election and disappointed by the lack of choices that would have brought us in a better direction. And
okay, I was about to say, lack of choices? Really? You looked at the when it's a lack of choices that would have brought us in a better direction. Okay.
Decided to throw my hat in the race.
Okay. So you've distanced yourself in the past from Zohran Mamdani. I want to ask you, or at least like according to this
she is not
article.
Okay, even from this, she's like, oh, we're doing that. we're doing that. Everyone can still wait if we all vote and donate to her.
But I don't know if that's still the case.
I have some tweets that you would love to see read, by the way. I saw a tweet that was hilarious about this.
This is what the Forward magazine article said, that, can a Democratic Socialist who affirmed Israel's right to exist, can she be LA's next mayor? Nithya Rahman thinks she can win over city's Jewish voters. Step 1, convince them.
I do wonder. What did she think? They missed him back in the vibe. No, I haven't showed it yet. Okay, I'll show it. I have a few, because I've seen things from like people who like don't like Hasan, who have stupid takes, but also some people who are like a part of Hasan's audience who also have some bad takes. As well, I have to find it first though. Oh, I didn't save this one. Dang it. Okay, never mind. I didn't save this one. Not everybody is dumb, but like, it's where like it turned into like now you have to like now people are like, all right guys, we coalesce around Nithya now. She's our new candidate. And I'm like, is that what we got from this stream? Is that what we got from this stream? Is like that's what we've gotten from the stream? This one right here. Not even Hasan is enthusiastic. Clearly, I know it's just like I think people are just excited about voting. People are just excited about voting. Genuinely, they want to vote. Just vote. I can't wait to vote. So maybe it was somebody who already loved Nithya. Maybe it was that. Maybe it was somebody who already loved Nithya and just loved that she was on Hasan's stream. Maybe that was the case. I don't want to believe it was somebody who like didn't know Nithya or like was like a Nithya does have shooters. There are Nithya shooters out there. They're very lipped up, but there are a few Nithya shooters out there. So maybe that's what it is. That would make more sense. That tweet confused me though, because I was like, how did you get that from this stream? I don't think it's K-Hivers. They're not K-Hivers specifically. There are some people who like Kamala Harris who support Nithya, but like there are like some like DSA members who are just like, well, she's a DSA candidate. You know?
Mamdani. We can start there, or I mean, I was going to ask you like the Zoran method, like what are your top 5 policies?
Yeah.
Why do you think the Forward magazine has this kind of assessment?
I think it's just because I am different from Mamdani. I have been a city politician for the past 5 years, and I have a record that I ran on, that I'm running on right now. You know, I have led in LA the largest expansion of tenant protections in the city in 40 years. I actually led the process through which we lowered allowable rent increases in rent stabilized units here in Los Angeles for the first time in 40 years. Okay. Yeah, wrong answer must be Mamdani. Like, yeah, that's why I was like, it was like, okay, like it's. I don't know if this is a good answer to draw. Like, Mamdani's popular, like with everybody. I don't know if it's a great answer to like pull yourself away from Zohran Mamdani. You know, it'd be like, I actually did city politics. Like, Zohran Mamdani was a member of the General Assembly. Like, he was an assemblyman member. Like. Very famously. Like that was the thing he did. Only waiting for suggesting you're better. I mean, that's kind of what she's doing a little bit, you know? And she's not. No, I think she is kind of suggesting she's better. That's kind of the implication. She's like, when she says like, when the question is like, why are they saying like what you distance yourself from Mamdani? She's like, yeah, I got experience actually. That the implication is that Zohran Mamdani didn't have that experience, you know? Oh, you mean she's not better? Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Okay, we're on the same page, Shatter. We're on the same page. No Nithya shooters in here yet. Okay. In 40 years, I actually led the process through which we lowered allowable rent increases in rent. That's a good way. That's I think it's a fair take. That is a good way to frame it. Zohran is assemblyman and a rapper. Get that right? You're right. Stabilized units here in Los Angeles for the first time in 40 years. Increases went from being, up to 10% to now being capped at 4%. I took away the extra 10% surcharge that landlords could pass on to tenants if they had a second kid. This is how our system was built. This is fine, but like, her opponents are currently like Karen Bass and a Republican. I don't think this is what she doesn't need to sell her qualifications in this way. Like these aren't in my opinion, these aren't the questions that she needs to nail. Right? These aren't the things that she needs to get right to win over the people she needs to win over. Right. Obviously, her policies for LA are important. But like, when you go to this stream, what you're trying to do is convince the people in this stream that you're not like a Zionist. You know what I mean? Like, you are actually the leftist that you are proclaiming yourself to be. Does that make sense? Built here in the city of Los Angeles, and I've really worked to try and make it a fairer one for working people, for low-income renters, for people who are really struggling here. And that's been the core of my work at City Hall. Okay. But let's do the Zohran method. What are your top 5 priorities for Los Angeles, and how would you go about implementing them? Well, I want to address the cost of housing, and I want to do it in 2 ways. I want to make sure that we're protecting renters better. We have a lot of laws on the books. Our city department's not oriented around protecting them. I want to create an office of tenant protection. The other athlete and say you're better because confidence. I think that's what she did with Zohran. No, but like when somebody says you're the LeBron James of the Charlotte Hornets,
your answer is not, I'm not the LeBron James, don't call me that. Because I actually, I actually played collegiate ball or whatever. Like, that's not the answer. That's a bad answer. LeBron James is super popular. You say, listen, I'm flattered to be called the LeBron James of the Charlotte Hornets, actually. And I accept that label. Here's why I think that I would put myself up to that. Like, you don't want to separate yourself out from the LeBron James. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of like where I frame it, Nah, he's great, he's an amazing, but I think I could be better. No, you don't say that. Nobody believes you. People think you're lying. If you say, I think I'm better than LeBron James, people are like, no, you're not. That is a terrible answer. Like, especially if you're not LeBron James, you know what I mean? Especially if you're not LeBron James. What is this? When I'm president, the Oval Office will reflect my constituency, a millennial gray color scheme, LVP flooring, minimalistic art. I'm a man of my people. True. All you're missing is like the corporate slop fonts on the walls. Truly millennial. You live, laugh, love. Exactly.
In the city, and I want to make sure that everything
It shows
that
her
the
lack
city
of
does.
confidence, though. She ends the debate by saying, I'm the most viable. Never any candidates say that about themselves. To be fair, I have heard candidates say that about themselves. They usually use the term electability, right? They usually don't say, I'm the most viable. They usually use like better language, like electability, right? They don't say, listen, guys, I'm the best you got. I'm the best you got. I'm sorry. You gotta suck it up and vote for me. They usually say like, I'm the most electable. I have the most experience. There's nobody else that can beat these candidates except for me. Not I'm the most viable. Terrible way to. I'm sorry. She's really bad. She's not good. She's not good.
When a tenant reaches out, is really about making sure that people can stabilize and stay in their homes when they're facing unfair evictions. I also think we need to build a lot more housing here in Los Angeles. I don't know how much you know about the history of LA, the history of housing politics in Los Angeles, but this city has pushed back against the construction of new housing and in ways that have made it more segregated, wealthier.
I wonder how she's going to do that. Is she an abundance person? I didn't hear her answer this, actually.
Your neighborhoods have pushed back housing a lot, and we have a shortage of something like 500,000 units of housing, especially affordable housing. I believe, housing really should be a right, and people need to be able to afford to live here. The city cannot build the amount of social housing, public housing that we need, and I want to make sure that we are able to generate more units so that the cost of housing actually goes down. So for me, this is really at the core of what I want to do here in LA. I also think we need to address homelessness with services, with shelter, and make it really effective so that people don't lose faith in our system right now. I think a lot of people are looking at our responses to homelessness. This is a city that has taxed itself 3 times in the last few years to address the crisis on our streets with compassion, with care, with shelter, with housing. If we don't make that system work for people, I think people lose faith in government. And I really believe.
Okay. I wonder how she's going to do that. Like, what is her answer for that? Because she just said, listen, we tried the compassionate shit. All right, it ain't working. We tried this whole, we do it with compassion. We tried taxing people to get the money to do it with compassion. That's kind of what I heard. Maybe that's not what she's saying. But I'm not really. I don't really understand what she's saying.
Believe in government, and it has to work. We have to show that this approach of offering shelter, offering services can work to address the crisis on our streets. Otherwise, people will turn away to a much more carceral, much more,
Okay, so she's
enforcement
saying we're gonna
focused system
try
that I think is
that
really
again. She came out pro sweeps. Oh, never mind then.
bad for Los Angeles.
Out of the top 3 candidates, you
Wait.
actually have a lot of experience.
Was that 5? Did she give her a top 5? Am I tripping? That was 2. That was 1. Man, she sucks. I was like, wait a minute. That wasn't even the question. You know, Zohar Mamdani was like very simple. He was like, we're gonna freeze the rent, we're gonna make the buses fast and free, city-run grocery stores, free childcare. You know, he started listing. He had his list ready. You know what I mean? Because I answered the question he was asked. But like, how's he? It's 5. You're right.
With
Zoran did have unmatched. I think genuinely, Zoran Mamdani is not a perfect politician. He has his issues, and he still has his issues. But by golly geez, is he not the best politician America has currently right now? By far. Not even close. Not even close. I was watching a video in which they said a specific. I said, I'm not going to name him, try to throw a lawsuit against you. I know I have to follow. Yo, what video are you watching? What's up? Hello. Welcome in. Yeah, she ain't got the sauce. It's just insane. So now he should be the bear. He should, but like nobody's touched him yet. Nobody has touched him yet. There are a few people that I do like. I do like Abdul. Abdul is chill. Right? I do like Chris Rabb. He's also chill. They still don't touch Zohar Mamdani in his communication skills, in how like in the community he is, in how like effective he is. Or sorry, radio's latest video. Oh, he dropped a second video or another video. We'll have to check it out later on. I do want to do make a round about Ethan Klein because he is a weirdo. Abdul is a socialist. Yeah, but Abdul has some good policies though. Right? Summer Lee's also good. Just like Flatter. Okay, let's not go too far. Right, so that there are a few politicians I like. Rashida Tlaib, obviously, Ilhan Omar. There are politicians that I like, right? But like, as a effective communicator and a politician in general, like Zohar Mamdani is unmatched. He still does fail though. Like every single like week, he's like doing like we need to not protest outside of synagogues, even if those synagogues are selling Palestinian land. You know, or like you know what I mean? Like he just keeps doing that. Which is like, what are we doing here? You know what I mean? But I don't know. He's doing 1,000 things at once. I know, which is why I like that's still one of his biggest outs, which is like I because he's doing good things. My take on politicians, if you've never heard me say this before, my take on politicians is that one, I don't do endorsements, but I will talk about every politician fairly. And so if you only do good things, I will only talk about the good things you do. And if you only do bad things, I will only talk about the bad things you do. And then whatever the ratio is, that's how I would discuss you. Right? And so because Zohar Mamdani does so many good things and has a very lower ratio of bad things, I mostly talk about him positively, but I will still discuss the bad things he does as well. Right? So I have yet to find a politician that only does good things where I only discuss them positively. That's the first person that will get my endorsement. Jimmy's so disappointed when he threw his wife under the bus instead of asking why people are talking in socials. That's impossible, which is why it's not gonna happen. I think the swastika flag that they're not trying to accuse Zoran. I feel like they did that themselves. I did see the flag, yeah. Zoran is acknowledging that land sales are illegal. That's a good start. Yeah, but I don't really position politics as like, you know, you know, I don't know how to put it. It's like bronze star politics. I only do gold star politics, and that is it.
Homelessness initiatives. You have a lot of hands-on experience. One of the most frustrating things that I saw on that debate stage was when Spencer Pratt was talking to you about how, oh, if you want to fix homelessness, if you think you can like communicate your way out of homeless people being homeless, you should go talk to them. And yet out of that debate stage, you were the only person who has actually had a hands-on approach on this. I wish you would have brought it up in that moment to be like, I actually have.
Well, I tried to. I was shut down a lot in that debate.
I actually have, literally communicated with homeless people and have had a very successful initiative in moving them into permanent shelter. As opposed to these like patchwork solutions that are usually offered.
Spencer Pratt wants to respond to our homelessness crisis, I think, in a way that is really grounded in making people feel afraid and in kind of engendering fear of people on the streets. And I think we can address this crisis effectively, and we can address it with real policies that work, and that is sheltering people, that is housing people, that is making sure that people have mental health services and substance use services. We have to do that work if we really want to make sure that we're addressing homelessness.
Can you talk directly about like what you have done for people that might not know as far as like your initiatives? Like, because I remember there was a very successful one where you guys went into a lot of the homeless encampments and established a point of contact and a relationship with these people instead of just like engaging in these mass sweeps that are oftentimes very damaging, where there's a lot of destruction of property and the like. It was a much more humane method and was much more successful.
Yes, Hasan is throwing a life raft to like help him, because again, you have to understand what Hasan's goal with this is, right? The goal here, Hasan knows that at the end of this discussion, he's going to say, Ray is not a viable candidate. Nithya is unfortunately the viable candidate, and unfortunately, like unenthusiastically, maybe you should vote for it, right? And so he's trying to get her to like say something good, anything good. Right, so he's like, talk about your talk about this initiative that you've done. I know it's pretty good, Talk about Ray's viability before the interview. Yeah, but he's gonna end this interview off, and I've seen the end of this interview, so I know how it ends. Right, he's gonna end the interview off by discussing Nithya's like viability, as she puts it. I don't think I've seen Hasan more depressed after talking to her, and I get it. You know what I mean? I get it, and honestly, I genuinely feel bad about us for Hasan, like from this dynamic, because like this is kind of what like where electoralism like takes you, right? It's kind of how I felt after like the election with Kamala Harris a little bit, you know what I mean, or before the election of Kamala Harris. Is that like you're forced to be put in this state where it's just like, do I support this candidate that I don't like, but I feel like I need to? You know what I mean? And it is a tough thing, especially when you are Hasan and you have this this power to like push your audience one way or another, like that maybe could help. Also, Ray polled at like 17% a few months ago, but no one ever talks about that poll. I think people wash their hands of it. He didn't even give her favorite stags. California and LA have some depressing choices coming up. Yes, that's electoralism. It is depressing, right? It is depressing, and honestly, like this is how I kind of expected people to feel about Graham Platter a little bit. Does that make sense? This is, if people felt more about this, like this, about like Graham Plattner, I would literally not have any issue with the dynamic. It's Maine, and that's fine, right? That's fine. I understand that it's Maine, but that's the same concept, right? It's the same concept that's like, he might be the best that we have to offer, right? He's the best we have to offer. So it's lesser evil. Does that make sense? So I understand like why people feel the way they feel about Nithya when they feel like, I hate that I have to coalesce around this person. The Plattner is running on infinitely better policies than like 90% of the Democrats in this country. I mean, so is Nithya. Like, by that metric. That's a low bar to clear. The Democrats suck. They're not good. Like, there are anti-abortion Democrats. You know what I mean? There wasn't a Ray Huang of name. You're not understanding my point, Chatter. My point is that the reason why I don't understand the point you're making. The point that I'm making is that it's frustrating to have to support Nithya or to feel like you have to support Nithya, right? Because there are no like better options, right? There are no you know, more progressive options or whatever. It's awful on the moral test though. I'm not sure if you have gotten that far in the interview. Also, yeah, moral plus Plattner, I know. But like, yeah, I have gotten that far and I have seen that. But like, yes, so is Graham Plattner, to be entirely fair. Like, I've seen like that part. She calls it a genocide, so does Graham Plattner. But I think if you ask Graham Plattner whether or not he thinks that Israel should exist, to be fair, I'll wait till I get that. I'll wait till I get to that point. I'll wait till I get to that point.
Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah. So across my district, we have actually.
The point that I was making is that like this is lesser evilism holistically, right? Is Graham Plattner even to the Nithya's left generally? I think you can make an argument that he is. Nithya's not good. She sucks. I think you can make an argument that he is for sure. She's like. She is like she's in the DSA, so she might identify as a socialist, and Graham Plattner technically doesn't. But like, yeah, at that point we're like mincing words. I don't think it's particularly important, you know, when we get there. You know,
street homelessness by 54% in just a period of 3 years, and we did that not by pushing people across the sidewalk to another sidewalk or pushing people into another neighborhood, but by going to them encampment by encampment,
raise a better option
person by person.
LA. Oh, like I see what you're saying now. Which, I mean, I'd say so, right? I'd say so.
Offering shelter, offering
I
housing,
agree with you, Chatter.
Moving
Yes.
people indoors, and then once people are indoors, then you can clear the sidewalk and, you know, get rid of the trash in those areas, stay clear, because people's homelessness.
Was she received poorly by the audience? Oh, yes. She was received terribly by the audience. How she even in the DSA, her policies aren't that good. What kind of DSA is that? DSA LA is known for being kind of all over the place.
Has actually been addressed. I think that is the most important aspect of this, is that we have to address homelessness. You can't just push it around from place to place. That doesn't work. It's never been proven to work. This is the only evidence-backed solution, and it is also the only humane solution, and it is what we've done in my district, and it is that system that I want to bring citywide in a much more effective way than we're doing it right now.
Yeah, housing policy and homelessness are intertwined with one another in a very important way, even though a lot of people like Spencer Pratt and even, no, not right now. A lot of people like Spencer Pratt and even others, like even Karen Bass to a certain degree, don't often make that connection. Los Angeles has the fewest homes per adult in the country. Yep. 18 to 24-year-olds are the fastest growing demographic in among the homeless. There's been a 64% increase. So you've talked about increasing.
Yeah, honestly, Steyer didn't do as bad as she did, right? Because like he had such low expectations. You bring this guy on, you say he's a billionaire Democrat. Chat's like, okay, I know what to expect. You know? But you bring on this person who's like a part of the DSA, socialist. You know what I mean? Like, chat gets wild.
Housing construction. Yeah. About your propositions are about tripling annual housing construction.
Pretty good. I had to Google that. Yeah, that wasn't good. But again, the expectation for him wasn't that high in the first place. So I didn't ask Steyer tough questions. To be fair, I think he asked them both equal questions to what they should be able to answer. That makes sense? I don't think Hasan asked Nithya tough questions. I don't think this was a contentious interview. He asked them both questions equal to their skill level that they should be able to answer. She's in the DSA. She should have been able to answer all of these questions easily. These should have been practice questions that she should have been able to answer. And she couldn't do that. They are literally power level appropriate questions. Like, that's... Has the DSA endorsed her? Yes! Yeah, the DSA endorsed her. DSA LA endorsed her.
Critics of this, though, however, obviously, there are some NIMBYs, some critics of this say that this benefits the developers and it will gentrify communities. How do you ensure that the housing boom still serves working class Americans rather than wealthy investors?
Good question.
First, I want to make sure that new housing doesn't
DSA recommended her in a voting guide they didn't endorse in this race. Okay. I don't... Is that different? Do y'all feel that is different? Yes. Slightly yes. Rec means I know reasons going into it. I mean, I guess. Yeah, it's functionally equivalent for the most part. Endorsement is like party-based voting. The voting guide is made by like 5 people. Recommendations don't mean endorsements. They're saying that it's she's the best option of the 3, which she is. They shouldn't endorse someone if they aren't going to endorse them. I feel like it's not materially that different for the general public. I see what you're saying, that they're functionally they're the same. That's kind of the point that I'm making, is that like, I guess they could technically be like materially different as it pertains to resources, but like, yeah, I don't know. I'll take my L that she was recommended in a voting guide, technically speaking. I'll take the L on that. I was wrong. I was incorrect. She was not technically endorsed. Technically wrong. The best kind of being wrong, because not really.
Place existing residents. That is really important. That's why you need to do protection and production side by side. That's why I've been so focused on making sure renters are protected throughout my work, and I want to make it a core focus of my work if I'm mayor as well. But I also think that you can build new housing in ways that actually benefits communities and doesn't actually accelerate displacement. So you can create plans for cities that ensure that working families are safe by making sure you're planning in ways that creates more density in neighborhoods that are wealthier, that have historically resisted it, while limiting new density, limiting new growth in neighborhoods that are really suffering from gentrification and displacement. And you can embed that into your plans for the city. You can embed kind of protection of working class people right into the plans that you have.
I mean, I don't know if I'm crazy, right? This doesn't seem like the most, like, starting, like, robust, like, housing policy description. I'm not that well versed in, like, LA housing in zoning policy. But like, I feel like there could be more there. Am I crazy on that? Does it still name 5 policies? No. We're like 4 questions off of that. She only named like 2 policies. I think both were housing related.
For where you want to build more housing. And that's exactly what I've pushed for in my time in council successfully, and exactly the vision that I have for building more housing going forward. I also want to be very clear that the market will not provide housing for everybody. Not everyone will be served. There are going to be the lowest income, Anjali knows, the people who will never be able to afford what the market is providing them. And that is where I think the government needs to step in. We have to build public housing. We have to build social housing. We have to build affordable housing.
That's fine. That's actually good. I would like her to describe how that's getting done more. I would rather her not have said anything else she's said so far and had just started with that part and then described more about how she is going to get that stuff done or push for more of that stuff. Right? Like, Like, she needs to do more of that. This is like the fourth question. Before she brought up, like, we need to have more, public housing.
All of this is part of
more,
it, and that is where I think to be the lowest income Angelenos, the people who will never be able to provide housing for everybody. In my time in council successfully, and exactly the vision that I have
exactly what she
for
said.
building more housing going forward. I also want to be very clear that the market will not provide housing for everybody. Not everyone will be served. There are going to be the lowest income Angelenos, the people who will never be able to afford what the market is providing them. And that is where I think the government needs to step in. We have to build public housing. We have to build social housing. We have to build affordable housing. All of this is part of my vision for how we address our housing crisis, but we have to do all of it if we want to actually get us out of this moment of crisis here in Los Angeles.
So you mentioned public housing.
Like, in my opinion, you should start with that. But that's just me.
Are you in favor of socialized housing then? You're in favor of public housing?
I love public housing. I phone banked for HHH, which was actually an expansion of supportive housing, which is I think of as public housing. I campaigned for Measure ULA, the mansion tax, which is giving the city a source of funds for building new housing for the first time. And we're building affordable housing. We're building social housing.
I think Hasan could have done better preparing the chat for how differently California operates before this interview. Maybe, but I don't think it matters that much, right? Because I don't think they necessarily care about the minutia of California politics. What they want to hear from her, right, in this moment is more of like, again, are you anti-Zionist? Right? That's kind of like the dividing line between establishment Dem and like left-wing politician in 2026. I feel like the chat wasn't even that crazy. I don't know. I mean, because it was in emo only mode at this point. So, actually, no, it wasn't actually at this point. When did it go on emo only mode? You love it as much as Israel. Happens later. I don't know when. And chat likes the socialized housing part though.
We're building exactly the kind of housing that is free of market constraints that can serve the needs of those people who aren't being served by the market.
Okay.
She's got me tapping in for real. Like, that's what she just said, boss. She's awesome for that. We got into the part where Sandra says, all right, I'll just move on. Not yet.
You blasted Karen Bass's Inside Safe program that's designed to reduce homelessness. Can you explain a bit about the program and why it's had its problems? Like the $85,000 per year price tag for a simple motel room. There's some other stats we can get into as well. 40% return to the street.
Yeah.
$225 a night in motels. Only 1,243 of the 5,800 participants served moved into permanent housing. And it's $110 a day for food, but people were served instant noodles.
Yeah, it is. I think the program at its core is something that I think is important for LA. Like, let me just be very clear. I support efforts to shelter people in housing that is dignified. And the motel program is one pathway to doing that. But the way that the program has been designed and the way that it has persisted in its design for many years
It's not giving her the
is
answer.
that it is too...
I didn't actually hear the question because I was looking at the chat. Hasan does that sometimes. Hasan does give the answer in the question, actually. He'll like provide the answer in the question when he asks the question for some interview questions.
Expensive to address the scale of the crisis, and we are leaving people on the streets because we're not doing the work to actually generate the kind of shelter that we need. We cannot do that. We cannot allow.
Which is honestly, it's fine when it's somebody who actually has their own charisma. Like when he's talking to Summer Lee, that's fine because like Summer Lee can like bounce off of that and they can have a conversation. And so it's less of an interview and more of a conversation, right? But in this case, this is like an interview where like she's like answering and Hasan is asking and it's answering and asking. So it's not like a conversation. We also try to give her a softball. Summer Lee is uniquely talented. I like Summer Lee.
To suffer on the streets of Los Angeles. This is the moral crisis of our time. And we absolutely cannot waste money on too expensive solutions that don't bring as many people indoors as
This is
possible.
actually a very good point, by the way. Look at how passionate and informed she's talking about the homelessness issue versus when she's talking about cops and genocide. That's actually a good point. And what I saw that message when she said this is the, I don't know, she said something issue of our time. I was like, does she describe like the genocide is that?
I want to do the work to actually build a
Moral
system
crisis, that one.
that's effective at sheltering people, that brings
Moral issue of
people
our time.
indoors into options that are more cost effective and that are actually better at keeping people housed.
This seems to be a consistent problem with a lot of California projects statewide, and certainly is an issue in Los Angeles as well. How do you address corruption that takes place in certain programs such as this one, where clearly there are, in certain instances at least, friendly NGOs and even friendly for-profit institutions that take on government contracts?
Yeah.
And instead of trying to create the most efficient system possible, it simply serves to pay the people that are friendly with the government, or at least are lobbying the government. Is there a way to address this corruption inside of Los Angeles?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's why I've been really focused on.
I would say so. Just because it's kind of like talking about like AI in Silicon Valley with like somebody with San Francisco. Like it's just something that like is like a core conversation about like in that city. Yes, I think she's talking specifically about the context of LA because she's running to be the mayor of LA. That's what I wanted to say as well. You know.
On oversight. I think oversight is really important. And it's not because I think government is corrupt all the time. Like, I really believe in government. I'm in this job because I want this city to work for the people of LA.
And I said about Nithya, but runoff between Spencer Pratt and Karen Bass would be so depressing. Do what you gotta do, chatter. I'm not here to say like tell you who's vote for or not vote for, right? I do think Ray Huang is better candidate personally, right? But like, it's not my goal to be like, you must if everyone gave up on Ray. Well, I'm saving that conversation for the end. Because I do have a good conversation that I want to have about this, and I'm saving it for the end. Are you registered to vote in CA? No, I'm not. I could have registered. Technically, I still can. Registration isn't closed yet. And I have lived in LA long enough. So technically, I can vote in LA if I really wanted to. But no, I genuinely do think that my vote is not registered. No, I'm registered to vote in North Carolina. I think my vote is more useful in North Carolina, which is why I didn't change my registration. You should definitely donate to Ray, though, for matching funds. Send me the link.
And programs that are too expensive like this, instances of corruption that show up, every time that happens, residents lose trust in their city government. And that's bad for Los Angeles. That's bad for this city. And I've really pushed on the issue of homelessness to make sure that we are creating a system of oversight that really works, that we know where every dollar is going, that we know how the money is being spent, how many people are being brought indoors, what kind of services they're getting. And if we don't do the work to build that system, people will lose faith in government. And I worry about that. I don't know about you.
I think Ray struggled so much. She seemed to have motion, then it disappeared. I think Brett probably know more than I would. Because the stream address is on the page. Well, all my links open up on my second monitor anyway. So, we're good. But I think it's a combination of factors. And I think partially just due to, partially I think it's due to fatigue, right? In that, like, I think Zohar Mamdani worked when Zohar Mamdani worked because Zohar Mamdani was the only election happening at the time. You know? Zohar Mamdani was not polling crazy when he first announced that he was running. If you remember the early stages of his campaign, he was not like polling crazy. Right? I think he was at 1% at one point. Right? But then there was consistent energy directly for we want to get this person elected. You know what I mean? But now you have dozens upon dozens of different races happening at once for progressive people that are getting a lot of attention, that are splitting media coverage, that are splitting media attention. Nithya entering the race as well. I think positioned as a socialist, the DSA backed candidate as well. That doesn't help. There are a powerful coalition of community orgs too, tenant unions, Asian American orgs, and DSA, etc. Yeah. And so there are a plethora of factors. Zorn is like lightning in a bottle, which means you don't really catch lightning twice. So there are a lot of reasons. And I think this is my take. I think you're going to see a lot of disappointment, not just from Hasan, with some of these races. I said it earlier. I don't think Shrikat's winning. I think Abdul's going to win. I think Grand Platinum's going to win. I think Talarico's going to lose. You know what I mean? I think we're going to see ups and downs. I think we're going to see some people win, some people lose. It's not going to be all peachy and cream like some people think that it is. I don't think Hasan thinks that, right? But I think some chatters, I think some people on Twitter think that it'll be like a, you know what I mean? Do you think Rab wins? That's a good question. That is a good question. I think Rab has a very decent chance. More than Talarico does, honestly. I think you're undervaluing the influence of the Iran war. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. You think Cravadas is locked? That's a good question as well. I don't know about Cravadas. I don't know about Oliver Larkin. I need to do more interrogation into their races. I don't spend my time looking in intellectualism. I spend my time reading books. And so this is stuff that of what I've seen so far. Do you think Steyer wins? Honestly, I think he does. I think he does win. I saw a really funny tweet from a liberal. It's not this one though. We'll get to this as well. I saw a really funny tweet from a liberal about Hasan asking them Nithya these questions. Bernie did endorse many people yesterday. I did see Bernie endorsing me, and honestly, Bernie gets my respect for doing that. That is what Bernie should be doing, right? Which is why, kind of an AOC L a little bit, where AOC is kind of doesn't really do endorsements in that regard. AOC will endorse a few people, every now and then, and not against incumbents. But Zoran also hasn't done it. But local endorsements, if you watch me, you know I've always been talking about local elections. That is where, if you are going to get any power through electoralism, that is where it starts. Always starts local elections. Always. That's where you get people in. And so I haven't seen the races that he's actually endorsed. I wanted to check to see if there are any uncontested, because I'm very curious. But we'll get into it. Where's it at? We're watching this one. Are there any from North Carolina? Let me check. They're in alphabetical order. Dang, North Carolina didn't even make it. L. Tisk. Anyway, let's get back to this. I want to get further into this.
I mean, you've lived here for over a decade now, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how you feel about the city and the city government.
She didn't make it either. Sad.
But I feel like people have a sense of alienation from their city government right now. People have a loss of faith. And I don't know whether you're seeing that reflected in your experiences with Los Angeles, but
Definitely. I mean, I think there's a lot of issues with Los Angeles city government. Okay, I have a question for you. So we've talked a lot about these initiatives. We talked about.
I try not to connect with her, I swear. Can you rewind that? No Spectrum mention. You said, yeah, anyway. Rewind, please. I mean, I can rewind it. I don't know what she. Is what I was like, Hasan, please. I don't know. This is why. Okay. I had this thought yesterday. This is exactly how Kamala Harris on Hasan's stream would have went. Like, exactly how Kamala Harris on Hasan's stream would have went. It would have been this. I don't think Hasan would have been like buddy with Kamala Harris or anything like that. I think it would have just been this. It would have been like, get the questions out, you answer the questions, right? Because we've seen maybe a little bit worse. I think it would have been a little bit more tough, right? Because like she's obviously like not like a leftist or anything, but like I think it would be very similar to this dynamic. He'll be more uncomfortable. I disagree. I think some of Hasan's uncomfortability comes from the fact that, like, Nithya is, technically speaking, more progressive. Right? And not establishment, like Karen Bass is. Right? Kamala Harris would be full establishment. Right? So I think he would be more comfortable, like, you know, like, going after Kamala Harris. So you mean the bar is higher, you mean? Yes. So the bar is higher, and that he, like, not that he feels worse, like criticizing her, but, like, it's easier to, I don't think Hasan wanted Nithya to fail here. You know what I mean? And so I think he was, like, trying to get this interview off so that he's kind of doing what he was supposed to do to, like, you know, promote the viable candidate without, like, letting her fumble. Where, like, if it was Kamala Harris, he would have no problem letting her, like, eat herself. Does that make sense? I don't know if I'm describing that correctly. Exactly. He wanted her to do better, and that's why he's frustrated. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. It's exactly what it is. Like, he wants her to, like, demonstrate that, like, you know, she's a leftist, progressive, socialist politician, right? She wants her to... I think the fact that she distanced herself from Zoran kind of cooked the entire thing from the jump. I think the fact that she like drew that line between herself and Zoran immediately off rip, I think it immediately kind of broke the energy in the interview. Cause it's like, I don't know why she did that. I still don't know why she did that. And so like that's kind of like, I think it kind of led to this very little bit tense moment, tad bit awkward moment here. Where he was just like, cool story anyway. It's funny though. That is funny. I have to laugh at that. That is hilarious. Oh my goodness. That is so freaking funny.
With Los Angeles, but
Definitely. I mean, I
right now, people have a loss of faith. And I don't know whether you're seeing that reflected in your experiences with Los Angeles, but
definitely. I mean, I think there's a lot of issues with Los Angeles city government. Okay, I have a question for you.
I wonder if chat's still up at this point.
seeing that reflected in your experiences with Los Angeles, but
definitely. I mean, I think there's a lot of issues with Los Angeles city government. Okay, I have a question for you. So we've talked a lot about these initiatives. We talked about corruption, and you talked about a bloated budget in certain instances. You've been critical of Karen Bass and the way that she's used the existing city budget in the past. One of the questions I obviously have is Kenneth May's analysis.
Bro is speed running this.
where it seems that the police budgets have increased over and over again. And part of that
sorry.
was,
This is an important question. Sorry. I got distracted. Okay. This is the police question.
Of Karen Bass and the way that she's used the existing city budget in the past. One of the questions I obviously have is Kenneth May's analysis as well. This was a huge problem where it seems that the police budgets have increased over and over again. And part of that was in an effort to justify additional budgets for the police, a police union budget that you've also criticized. Karen Bass actually took away some of the funds from the technicians that were responsible for fixing the fire engines. This led to less fire engines being readily available in the wildfires as well.
This is the true thing that actually happened, which is insane for Karen Bass to do, by the way, which is why she sucks. One of the reasons why she sucks.
A lot of criticisms of Karen Bass, some stupid, some silly, and some valid. Do you agree with the assessment that the police budget is ginormous and is eating away at some of these necessary social services, some of the necessary services like even the lights not being turned on at night in many streets of Los Angeles?
I mean, the size of the police budget is driven, people talk about our annual budget, but it's really the size of the police budget is driven by the contract and the size of the contracts that are signed.
Oh, so it's good. That's what I'm hearing. You approve of it. You like it.
And the mayor is the lead in negotiating that contract, and then the council has to approve it. And in 2023, we approved a new contract for LAPD, which I spoke out against, I pushed back against.
Okay, so she's against it.
Which gave the PD more money than the city had. And that, along with kind of other knock-on effects, led to a $1 billion budget deficit in the city last year. $1 billion.
Mm-hmm.
We were about to lay off 1,600 workers in response to that budget deficit. We barely avoided those layoffs. And what we did to avoid those layoffs was to cut every single city service down to the bone, every single one. We cut things like pothole repair and graffiti removal and streetlight repair. And now we have 30,000 broken streetlights across the city. And the average repair times for a broken streetlight in Los Angeles, the second largest city in the richest country in the world, are a year on average.
I didn't know you could even get streetlights repaired in Los Angeles. I'm going to be real. They never worked when I was there.
To fix a broken streetlight here. We didn't pave a single mile of street the first 6 months of this fiscal year because we just didn't have the money. And I think these kinds of issues are hugely problematic for our ability to deliver not just social services, but even just the physical infrastructure and the physical services of the city. And, it is driven by that contract.
Okay.
And so now the city is struggling. We have a really big problem.
So I do.
So she didn't really answer like how she would fix it or like what she would do differently, like, or whether or not like I guess she said it wasn't good that they had more money than the city had, but like there wasn't much to her answer there. You know? It just showed up how Hasan been holding her to task. Honestly, like Hasan's been doing fine. Like he's been doing good, right? I don't want to say fine. He's been doing good in that he just asked her normal questions. She just can't seem to answer them well. Like this is a perfect example where it's like he asked her a very simple question about Karen Bass and the city's LAPD police budget, and like she just talked about why the budget or how the budget affects other services and not like what she would do to fix it and why it's not good and like how it should change. It's just an explanation as opposed to like actually being a politician, being like, I want for this thing to happen instead. You know?
I have a tough question here for you on the police budget. I'm sure you're ready for it. But around the same time as Black Lives Matter was taking place and the George Floyd protests were happening in 2020, you openly called for defunding the police. You have since then said that you do not want to defund the police, whatever that might mean. Obviously, for many at the time, there were different attitudes. I want to hear what you meant when you said defund the police.
Yeah.
For me, it means taking away some of the expansive police budgets and reappropriating it to social programs, homelessness initiatives, and the like, and also allowing there to be crisis managers that go to specific cases like domestic abuse and instances like that are that don't require immediate armed police response.
Prepare for the worst answer. How can it be the worst answer? Hasan just gave her the answer. The answer was in the question. How does she mess it up? It's slightly sped up.
Her platform called for transforming Los Angeles Police Department into a much smaller specialized force. However, in February 2026, 2 days after the launching of your mayoral campaign, you told NBC LA, we need to maintain the size of our police force. Was it, wokeness rising up everywhere in 2020 that led you to say that?
Hasan. Okay, Hasan does not like this lady, bro. Hasan does not like this lady at all. Oh my goodness, that's so funny. He's trying to help her so bad, but like you can still tell that he doesn't like her. Like, there's no reason for him to say that. He didn't need to say that part. Okay, sorry. Okay, sorry. Okay, sorry. Let's continue.
What did you mean by defund the police? And why has your assessment changed since then?
After being in government for the last 5 years plus, I think it is really important to make sure that we are able to respond to calls for help from the public. If we don't answer 911...
Wait. But you literally just said you can't do anything. Like, she just said that. Just now. It was in her last answer. You just said because of the police budget, you have $1 billion deficit. You literally just said that. Just now. Am I going crazy? Am I going crazy? Did she not just say that just now? Literally just now? Not even like 2 minutes ago in this exact VOD? She didn't say that was bad. Yeah, but like, her answer is like, well, 5 years in government makes me really realize we need to be able to respond to threats. But you realize you can't. The last question was just about Karen Bass not being able to respond to literal fires happening in Los Angeles. burning down homes in the Palisades. That was the last question. The literal last question that just happened. The question, I have to reiterate this. This makes no sense. The question that Hasan asked was, Karen Bass shoved all the money right up the police department's rectum and had no money to fight the fires. Thoughts? And she was like, yeah, we had $1 billion deficit. That was a thing that happened. The next question, defund the police. Thoughts? Well, listen, we can't do that because we need the money to combat threats. Do they not, does that not compute? The current mayor could not combat threats. The wildfire threat that happened multiple times because we threw a bunch of money. A buttload of money at the police department. Why are you defending the police department having all of that money? I'm going crazy, bro. I'm going crazy. These two questions back to back is making me go crazy.
Puerto Rican vegan socialist just subscribed.
She said the UN contract was bad for the city and it killed their service, and then tried to say the police budget was necessary to respond to calls. Good follow would have been for Hasan to ask, how do you distinguish those things though? And how do they contribute to the problem versus achieve what they're actually saying they need to? Yeah, but like I don't think Hasan needs to make a follow-up because it speaks for itself, to me at least, because it's literally like, it's so wild. Puerto Rican vegan socials, thank you for the 32 months. Like, I caught it like the second she said it. Like, I'm save us, Spencer Platt, please. Please, please. The fact that this is the state of politics that we're in, just take me out. Take me out back in Old Yeller Me, bro. Take me out back in Old Yeller Me.
In 2020 that led you to say that? What did you mean by defund the police? And why has your assessment changed since then?
You know, after being in government for the last 5 years plus, I think it is really important to make sure that we are able to respond to calls for help from the public. If we don't answer 911 calls quickly and with the right people showing up when you call, I think we lose a faith of Angelenos, and that really concerns me. Right now,
this is how Trump won? By defunding the police? The more you know.
I want to have a very honest conversation about how we deliver that. We don't have an alternative crisis response system built out citywide. I've pushed for increases to that.
Mhm.
We have actually increased that. I've done that in partnership with other council members, and I'm really excited about that. But what we need is a citywide, unarmed crisis response system that I want to build out as mayor and I want to fund as mayor. But we only have that in patchwork.
Yeah, with what money? Wouldn't it make sense, hear me out, if you were to take some of that money from the police department and, I don't know, defund it to a certain extent and then put it towards what you're talking about here? Allocate, reallocate, call it whatever you like, whatever would make you happy. But like, where does she want the money to come from? It's like, no, you don't understand. We need to do the billionaire tax so we can fund the unarmed peacekeepers, right? But we keep the overinflated LAPD budget. That will definitely work For sure. Yeah. That does not totally fly in the face of you having unarmed peacekeepers in the first place. What would be the purpose of you having unarmed peacekeepers if you still have a giant overinflated police budget in the first place? They have tanks, bro. The LAPD has tanks. Why do they need tanks? Am I going crazy? Am I going it? Okay. All right. No. All right. For every crash out I do, that's $1 I'm donating to Ray Huang. All right. We're up to $10. Let's continue.
Pieces, and we absolutely need to be able to respond to calls for help. And right now, LAPD is our only response system. And I think that we have to be honest with our constituents and with the public, even when, it means maybe saying different things than you said before about how we actually ensure that we're able to respond to calls for help.
Okay.
I think I as mayor, I have a different vision for how we actually build out that unarmed crisis response system, though. Right now, it's only in a few.
I'm gonna need her to explain it. How do you build that out? With what money? Exactly. And that's why you take the police budget and put it into those services so people don't have to call as often. It makes sense to me. It makes sense to me. Bill Maher's coming to the defense of APAC. Okay. You gotta stop showing me Bill Maher because I want to watch it. I want to watch it so badly. But we have to get through this. More tanks to the LAPD. She's avoiding concrete explanations of how she's planning to achieve any of her goals this whole interview. It just it doesn't make any sense. It literally doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
Neighborhoods, it doesn't integrate with our 911 system effectively. So if you call for a mental health crisis worker, you can be on hold for 50 minutes. And then it takes even more time for somebody to come out. I don't think that's a crisis response system. You have to have it work with 911. And that is a system that I want to build out.
Okay, but how are you going to do that? With what money? Exactly. Great, so what's your plan to expand it?
And my dream is for a system of public safety in Los Angeles where when you call for help, someone picks up the phone quickly and the right person shows up when you call. It can be an armed officer when you need one, and then it can be that unarmed crisis response person when you need a mental health responder, homelessness response, whatever it may be that never...
Hasan doesn't even agree with her, ideologically, right? Hasan has talked about this before, right? And they that's something they align on. But you have to explain how you're going to get to that. You know what I mean? You can't just say we're at this now and then eventually at some point we're over there. While keeping the police budget as big as it is. We're just going to keep printing more money and then hopefully no more of that goes to the police budget anymore. The money's right there. Just say, no, I do support, right? Some of that money from the police budget going to those services. It's very simple. I support some of that money being reallocated, but she doesn't. I know she doesn't. But she's bad for not. She's bad for not believing in that. That's not good. The LAPD is a corrupt institution. It is a corrupt institution. One of the worst police departments in the country. You can make a list. And it's number 2 or 3 on that list. It's like very high up there. Like empirically of like how bad they are in the world, in the country specifically. Like, number one, there's an argument you can make for on a bunch of different metrics. I mean, to derail, but where are you from? I'm from North Carolina originally, but I lived in LA for 2 years. So I'm basically an expert. Right behind the NYPD. I was thinking the NYPD. It's right up there. Chicago's also pretty high up there too. Baltimore is also very high up there. I'm not moving to Atlanta. I don't know where y'all got that from.
Requires an armed officer and maybe safer and better if an unarmed person comes up.
So let me just get it out of the way. I'm not a police abolitionist. This is very frustrating for some of my anarchists.
Hey, I literally just said that. Yeah, they agree on this. So like she could find common ground with Hasan on this front, but like Hasan does think that you should reallocate some police funding to go to social services. So you're not going to find common ground if you want to keep the inflated LAPD police budget. You're not going to win any favor with Hasan there. Like, I'm confused. And you're definitely not winning any favor with the audience. I don't know what she thought she was doing with this interview. Please, politicians, I beg of you, tune into the stream and look at the chat for one stream before you make your decision to come on. Because no matter how hard you think Hasan will be on you, it will pale in comparison. It will pale in comparison to how you will be judged by the audience. You know? Guess I call me anarchist, bro. Trump said he's gonna kill us. Trump said he's gonna kill all of us. We're all anarchists in Trump's mind.
Just fans to hear. I believe that police serve a necessary role. The problem with policing is not the existence of police necessarily. Some unit has to maintain the presence of law and order. However,
I don't agree with Hasan on this, by the way. This is my personal idea. I feel okay. I'll give my brief take about police, really quick. I feel about police that I do about the state of Israel. It is a corrupt entity at its inception. There is no state of Israel that can exist as of right now in its continuation, and it needs to, right, as an entity, be done away with to coalesce back into a single secular state as a new entity, right? Call it Palestine. I think it should be called Palestine. Call it something else, right? Whatever, right? But it cannot exist as this corrupt entity with its history, right? It cannot be reformed. It is built on corruption, and it exists as corruption. I feel that way. It should be called. I agree. I think it should be called Palestine, right? But names change. Names do change. So that's why I feel like the name itself, right? And names of countries do change and can change. I feel that way about the police. The police started at its inception as a slave-catching, right, corrupt, evil institution, right? Are you a prison abolitionist, though? I feel the same way about prisons. Right? Same way about prisons. A corrupt, evil institution. And no matter how much you try to add on top of it, right, you can't ship a Theseus away the policing system. Right? You have to break down the system entirely and then reform something new in its place. That's how I view the police. That's how I view prisons. That's how I view the state of Israel. right? Honestly, that's how I view America as an entity. This is my personal view. This is my personal view. I'm not saying you have to agree with me, but that is how I feel about inherently corrupt institutions. When you have an institution that is built on rot, it will always be rot. The only way to remove the rot is to do away with the institution itself. So I'm not against police reform, but I don't think you're going to do away with the rot. That is how I view it, personally. Hasan agrees with this. I think the idea that the idea of the police for white people is just a form of enforcing the law. That's not what the police are. Yeah, I agree. But then it becomes a semantic game. I think it's, I don't think it's meaningful to get into the semantic game within what is the police and is not the police, right? So I just say what I believe. I agree with you, but I'm just like, what do we do? That is a good question, Jetter. And there are always pathways to getting to that point. Which honestly, we could probably talk about that another time. We honestly might. But there are pathways to removing corrupt institutions. It has happened before. Right? It's happened before. Like, I mean, a good example of this is happening in like American history is the Confederacy. You know what I mean? Like, you still see some hallmarks, and there are things that we should have done, but like the Confederacy as an entity doesn't exist. Right? There's no like small pocket of the Confederacy that exists as a sovereign nation. It's not a thing. There's no two-state solution for the Confederacy. You know what I mean? There's no, oh, you try to secede from the country and you want to keep your slaves, so we need the two-state solution to Confederacy. We understand that that's stupid, right? It sounds dumb when you say it like that, right? It would sound dumb if somebody was like, no, we need to do a two-state solution for the Confederacy. I'm not coming for you specifically, China, I promise. I'm saying this in general. In general, like, so it can happen. This is also why I don't consider myself like a two-stater for Palestine, right? Because it would be insane to position like two-state solution for America where you had the Union and the Confederacy. I would hate that as a Black American looking at my ancestors. That would piss me off. Things aren't like perfect now. They aren't great now. But it would be infinitely worse if there was allowed to exist a separate Confederate state that allowed slavery to exist. You know what I mean? You can't allow a state like that to exist. Cannot. You cannot. Does that make sense? And that's why I feel the same way about the genocidal apartheid state of Israel. Right? Israel, there was a time before Israel, but America doesn't know a time before slave catchers. And honestly, that's more of a knock against America, because even now, like we've transitioned away from like the Confederacy specifically as an entity. So it's possible, even in a situation where like you had an entity, like the entire Union was built on slavery, right? Which means it's easier to do, right? But comparatively speaking, which means there's no reason not to do it for Palestine as well. You know, Hasan just deliberately misunderstands this argument. Anytime he's challenged on this, he agrees that almost everything, but he won't acknowledge that those things like 95% of what it means to be a police abolitionist means. I think that's whatever. You know what I mean? I don't think it's particularly like useful to like litigate that. At least in this specific moment, right? I do think it comes down to the semantics about what the police is, which is why I will say what I feel and what I believe, right? And that's what I started off this segment by saying. This is what I believe and how I view the system of policing. But that's my context about how I feel about policing. Does that make sense? I don't know if I described that well. Oh man, I dropped my thing. Anyway, let's get back to Nithya. Man, I'm not talking about theory, bro. I honestly would rather prefer talking about theory. I enjoy that way more than like discussing, I don't know, liberals. We should do it more? I agree. We should do it more.
The problem that I have with Los Angeles Police Department and police departments all around the country is that they don't really do their jobs. They don't do their jobs efficiently, or sometimes they don't do their jobs at all, or when they're doing their jobs, they do it in a very violent manner. Obviously, the LA Sheriff's Department has a litany of other complications. The question for you is, and this is an obvious problem for Zoran as well, has been plaguing Zoran's mayoral administration. How do you plan to, at times, hold the police accountable, make the police force a more efficient force that actually serves the interests of all Los Angelinos and not just, I mean, I don't know whose interest they're serving currently, but serving their own personally.
Shamar, I feel like Mike and Hasan would talk about theory more. I feel like you and Maple talk about it a lot. Listen, for all the flack I give Mike and Hasan, they do effective electoral work. Like in the electoral framework, even though I don't personally think that it's the most effective way to do politics, I think they do it effectively. And technically, I guess somebody needs to do it or whatever.
Yeah, I think that's I would agree with some of the critiques that you have of LAPD, and I think accountability and responsiveness are really important. And I think that starts with leadership. I think it is embodied in who you pick for the police chief. And, you know, I would be appointing a very different kind of chief who understood how important it was for LAPD.
I stopped listening to her.
Embodied in who you have of LAPD, and I think accountability and responsiveness are really important. And I think that starts with leadership. I think it is embodied in who you pick for the police chief. And, you know, I would be appointing a very different kind of chief who understood how important it was for LAPD to be responsive to the needs of immigrants in LA. Who understood how important...
I would appoint a good police chief is not an answer that I personally like. But that's just me.
These issues...
You see nicer Gestapo? Yeah, that's... Yeah, we're on the same wavelength. There was a hard watch yesterday. She seemed to flounder so much. Yeah, she was underprepared.
Related to accountability and transparency are. I don't think we have that in our current police chief, and that's one way in which I think you change how those exact questions that you asked about are answered in Los Angeles. There's also a police commission in place, and the mayor's appointees actually form that police commission, and I would want to pick individuals there who are driving forward towards those exact goals that you talked about, towards greater accountability, towards greater responsiveness, making sure that the needs of Angelinos are being addressed by our armed police response when needed. And I think that's really what I would be doing. These are the tools that are available to the mayor that we don't have as council members that I would want to use for those goals.
So, for the record, in 2025, I've had altercations with Los Angeles Police Department, including them shooting rubber bullets at me when we were at the ICE protest. You voted in favor of a $5 million loan to pay those police officers overtime. What was the decision making there?
Okay, I wonder what her answer to that is going to be. Britt said that to him verbatim a few minutes earlier. Really?
Cost of doing business? Is this just politics?
Well,
is this something that you stand by?
Well, you know, when people work overtime, the city has to pay them. They had already worked that overtime.
Bro, if these are my leftists, I'm going to the camps, bro. Bro, we're not being saved. We're not being saved. We're going to the labor camps, bro. We're not being saved. to be fair, the camps are not the future. They're here right now. They're called the prison system. And they're being expanded currently, as it currently exists right now, currently. So there already are the camps that are being expanded. And ICE camps is already an extension of the prison system. And they're also there as well. Did y'all see the, okay. This is actually a very specific reference that I made. Did y'all see this insane, this is important. This is important and relevant. I saw this insane video. This video, I have it saved to talk about. Short aside, because it was crazy. Right? This is about the murder of Giulio Fulio, and about all the young men who were involved with that murder. Right? Not to defend the young men, but like look at the way they talk about this kid. Right? I think he's 20. This young man, right? Look at the way they talk about him. I want you to you're not ready for how insane this is.
Based on Mr. Gathwright's age, physical abilities, things like that, do you think that the prison would benefit from him in a work capacity if he were sentenced to life without parole?
I say yes, with my experience, not only just in classification, but as former warden and even as a jail administrator. He's someone that's young, he's healthy. In reality, we need that labor, we need that sweat equity, and we will put him out there to work because we do have an aging prison population, jail administration. We have that, so we put these young individuals to work and get some sweat equity out of them since they are young and actually can do the work.
And I know we talk about life without parole and death row, but for our jurors' education, in Florida, what does a life sentence without parole mean?
A life sentence in the Florida Department of Corrections means from the minute they're brought in, they're assigned an inmate number. He will be assigned an inmate number, and when he dies and leaves in a body bag, he will still have that inmate number. An inmate serving life.
Like, is this not crazy, bro? This is how they're talking about a person. I didn't know they could come up with words like this. What is sweat equity? I didn't know they could come up with words like this. You never heard of that? No! Not in my 25 years of life.
Will never ever get out. There is no parole in the state of Florida, and they're not ever allowed outside the razor wire and the fence of a secure facility.
So the only way that an inmate serving life without parole would leave is when they die by natural causes.
Like, genuinely an insane way to speak about a person. Like, at this point, just take me out. Like, they're just like, listen, they unroll the scroll. Okay, you know what is he like? Do you know what it's like? I actually talked about this in my video that I made. This video.
The one thing
I talked about the prison
and you can
system in this video. But I also talked about the commodification of the black body. Here. That's a long name. In that book, Billy Hawkins wrote this: "Our purpose as black males in this country is largely defined by structural demands and institutional needs, which has mainly required our physicality. Therefore, to a significant degree, our experiences are shaped within the context of these demands and needs. There is a specific emphasis on masculinity and physicality within the black community, especially as it pertains to young black boys. That, in addition to the adultification that we see in all young black children, as well as the inherent aggressive nature of many contact sports, can lead to the reemergence of a particular archetype. These young black boys in the eyes of society are not kids, but are operating in a similar way to the stereotypical buck or brute archetype. And as these kids get older, there's another layer of fetishization and sexualization on top of that. The buck is a black man whose sole desire is the white woman. As his name suggests, being a reference to the adult male deer, he is large and sometimes menacing. The brute is an offshoot of the buck archetype with a specific emphasis on the aggressive nature of the black man. The brute is a fiend, an animalistic criminal deserving of death who targets helpless victims, specifically white women. Both the buck and the brute archetype paint black men as hypersexual and overtly aggressive. It cannot be understated just how damaging this characterization is. But for these institutions, as long as it doesn't affect the bottom line, it doesn't matter. It's all about the capital. Institutions like the NC. I keep going on about like the prison system and stuff, which here
was time. The decision was
at that school. Police incompetence and utter the Parkland school shooting in 2018 patrols in our current system of policing. At a cursory glance, we can definitely draw similarities between slave patrols and our current system of policing. As many of us saw in 2020, the police are not here to protect us. They, as an institution, operate at the behest of capital. Hey, that's what I said like 10 minutes ago. Like, this was like 3 years ago. Anyway, that's actually none of this is what I wanted to show you. I wanted to show you this video. Where is it at? This one. A calculated move in order to draw in a predominantly white audience and cater to them and their biases. Another great example of this are these TikToks.
She said, pass the weed, bitch. I don't like to pass the gas. Blowing bubble, blowing zaza. She got big old titties. I said, goo goo, goo gaga. In a zoo, monkey ass niggas. Ooh, ooh, ah, ah. Stop playing with me. When the money talking, I cannot hear what you're saying to me.
I'm gonna do a boyfriend haul. So this is the one that I have. I met him in 2014, but he wasn't on the market yet. So in 2016, he was on the market, and I decided to see if it was a good investment for me. However, the timing wasn't really right, so it wasn't until the beginning of 2018 that I purchased this one. I don't know the exact month or day that I purchased this one, but it was in the beginning of 2018. One thing that I love about this one is he can literally do anything, fix anything. If he doesn't know how to do something, he will learn that day. And I mean, look at him. But one bad thing, one con about this model is he's taking a little bit longer than usual to upgrade to fiance mode. So hopefully soon we'll upgrade to fiance mode, but until...
It's just like black people painting their face black with burnt cork, painting their mouths red, and becoming a Jim Crow character during Reconstruction. While they are able to profit off of these stereotypes, the rest of the black community has to deal with the ramification of these types of images being legitimized in wider society. And anyway, so that if you haven't seen this video yet, I think you should watch it. This is probably my favorite piece of content I've ever made. It's an hour long. It's called The Commodification of the Black Identity. I think it's partially why I got into grad school, honestly, because I referenced it in my essay. But how do we get here? Oh, right, for this. So yeah, that's how they treat like black people in black bodies. I'm this old. Thank you for the prime. Much appreciated. But let's get back to this.
In this world, 5,554
When people work that
just
overtime,
subscribed.
they're
Does
due
Pillboy at all?
their paycheck.
I like some of the Pillboy videos. I haven't seen all of them, but I've seen some of them. They're good. They're good.
From the city. And when overtime...
What was the decision making there? Is this just the cost of doing business? Is this just politics?
Well-
Is this something that you stand by?
Well, you know, when people work overtime, the city has to pay them. They had already worked that overtime. When people work that overtime...
Streamer, thank you for the gifted sub. Much appreciated.
They're due their paychecks from the city. And when they don't get paid, they sue the city. And then we end up paying them not just their overtime, but also the cost of the lawsuit. So, I'm not making decisions about overtime. I don't make decisions about deployment.
Mhm.
But once that is happening, once people have already worked their jobs, that's part of the contract that all city employees sign with the city, which is that if you are asked to do a job, you get paid for it. And if you don't, you get to sue the city to make sure that you're paid. So that was just a very practical response to the situation. Like I said, the biggest impacts for the LAPD budget, the graphs that Kenneth Mejia Controller Mejia is putting out, have to do with the size of the contracts. And I think, when we talk about how we actually impact these issues, I think thinking about that contract process, thinking about how you actually have a real debate about what you need to maintain the size
See,
of
the
force.
problem is, right? The problem is that, like, if she actually disagreed with it, she could just say, I disagree with it. If you disagree with police overtime, she could say, I disagree with the way the police use overtime. Right? But she's just like, no, this was a practical decision. I just did it. And I know, obviously she doesn't. But if she did, she could say that. But she doesn't say that.
We need for Los Angeles versus how much money we actually have to spend on police versus everything else that we need to pay for. That's the conversation. That's the place for that conversation.
Let me ask you straight up. Do you think that it's the head count that is a problem? Because that's what Karen Bass claims. And I think Spencer Pratt claims that as well. And that there needs to be more law enforcement officers that we hire? Or do you think the real problem is that we're not utilizing the existing massive behemoth of a Los Angeles police force that we currently have?
Again, Hasan is just giving her the answer. Please tell me she doesn't fumble this answer too. Hasan gave her the answer. Please tell me she does not fumble this one.
Efficiently, engage in response.
I think deployment is a huge issue that we don't have a lot of good answers to. There was a study conducted last year from RAND that the police department actually commissioned that talks about exactly this question and found that many officers who are supposed to be deployed out in the field are actually doing secretarial or administrative work, even within our existing police force. So they talk about the fact that we don't have enough police officers, but they're not deploying all of our police officers in the way that the police chief wants them to be deployed. That's challenging. I think we really do need to think about deployment, how we're sending people out, where we're sending people out to, and how we're ensuring that deployment is generating the greatest safety. Here's the other thing that I really want to underscore. A lot of calls that police officers are answering right now don't need to be responded to with armed officers.
Mm-hmm.
And if we don't invest in our alternative response systems...
How? Please, tell me. How do you do that? With what money? Horrible answer. Her answer wasn't good, but it's just like, whatever. She didn't say that, like, we need to hire more officers, technically speaking. So technically, right? Technically speaking, she's technically on paper better than Spencer Pratt and Karen Bass because she didn't directly say that she wants to hire more officers and that headcount was the problem in the LAPD. She didn't give a good answer for what the answer was because she said it was just deployment was the issue, right? Which could mean a lot of things. But, like, how are you going to fund these programs if you're not going to take the money from the cops to do so? Not increasing headcount is being conflated with reducing headcount in a left way. Yes, essentially. She's going to keep the headcount as it is, which is essentially a pro-cop position. It is a pro-police position. She's not going to reduce the headcount. She's not going to meaningfully reallocate any funding away from the police. This is a pro-cop position. Also, she's, like, voting to write cops checks. So, like, what else do you say that? Is that what Mamdani did? Which one?
we will never be able to take that call load off of LAPD and actually manage deployment better for where armed officers are actually needed. This is why a citywide unarmed response system is never be able to take that call load off of L2 with armed officers. And if we don't invest in our alternative response systems, we will never be able to take that call load off of LAPD and actually manage deployment better for where armed officers are actually needed. This is why a citywide unarmed response system is so important. This is why we need to have it not just in a couple of
And this is also a good point, right? When she says armed officer versus citywide unarmed response system, she still means cops. This is why she doesn't support reallocation of police funding. She just wants some cops to have guns, so most cops to have guns, and some cops that don't have guns, but they're still cops. You know? That's it. That's the only difference. There's still going to be cops. There's still going to be the police. They're still going to be brutalizing people with tasers and stuff instead of shooting them, you know? They're going to be beating them up with batons and using rubber bullets instead of shooting them with guns and stuff. Donnie just gave a $500 million raise to NYPD too. I've seen this on Twitter that Zoran has been pretty bad on keeping the NYPD in check.
Different neighborhoods, but really across the entire city. And this is why it has to be integrated with our 911 response, not a system through which you're waiting an hour plus for someone to come out.
Yeah, I agree with you for sure. So you're saying that you're in favor of maintaining the current headcount, but also lifting some of the burden and the workload that cops are currently engaging in an effort to make them a more efficient force that can deal with, you know, solving crimes and things like that.
Yeah, you need to be able to investigate.
So where's that? I saw someone say this. Typically, the unarmed forces are auxiliary services like mental health workers and social workers. Typically, she's not saying that, though. That's not what she's saying. And if it was that, she would be saying that. There's no reason for her to not say that. Instead of making the distinction between armed, you know, officers and then unarmed, you know, city workers who may or may not be associated with the police department. She's not specified anything, though. And that's kind of the bigger problem. Is it implied? No, not at all. Is that implied? That's the lie that liberals have been selling forever. If they even care about meaningfully shifting away from armed officers. If they want to actually invest in social services instead of, what's it called? Like the police, they would say those words. Like a politician who says things and promises things. Like a politician does. But she wants those funds to stay inside of the police department, which is why she's against reallocating those funds to other services. She wants them to stay within the police department. So maybe, if I'm being the most charitable, potentially she wants to create a offshoot of the police department that can utilize the police department like budget to do this stuff like that, but she doesn't support taking the money out of the department budget. She said that multiple times. She does not support taking the money out of the department budget to fund other social services. She has made that very clear. Very clear. You have to do counter messaging against policing right now. Propaganda is ubiquitous. And it's all lies. Crime is down nationwide and people are kept scared of their neighbors. Like mental health professionals. Indeed. That's not what she's saying.
You need to be able to solve crimes. You need to be able to address, you know, rings that are doing a lot of the bad things that we're dealing with.
All right. Let's get to ICE a little bit. We got to talk about that. Trump deployed 700 Marines to our city. Federal agents in unmarked vehicles arrested and disappeared over 10,000. Workers
to make home calls without cops. Seize police funds, bro. Maybe in certain cases. right? It depends, right? It depends. You know what I mean? Like when you say the overall city budget that is earmarked for policing, right? You have it depends what you mean by social services. You know what I mean? I think you're being rhetorically tricked by the things that she is saying, which is why she's making the distinction between armed officers and other officers, right? These are things that goes to like the police department. These are things that fund the police department, right? They're still a part of the system of policing. You know what I mean? Like, because some cities have pulled social services cops. Exactly. This is what I'm saying. Mental health professionals and social workers who make home calls, even with a cop presence, still use police funds in both cases. Shatter. Do you want, right, the people who are being sent out for mental health services to be funded through, you know, the actual services themselves or through the police department? Wouldn't it make sense if they were funded through their own services? Like, they should not be an arm of the police. They should not be beholden to the police. This is a problem. This is an entity. They need to be their own thing, right? And she's just saying, oh, we just keep giving money to the police department, and then maybe they'll just use mental health, their own mental health services, right? Their own their own like, in-house services. When they should be funding, right, like the healthcare system, right, that has their own mental health services that can do that work. And that's why you take the money away from the police, because one, I don't trust that the police would do that, right? Because the police will decide how the police uses that budget in the first place. That's the job of the chief of police, right? All the city does is just gives them the funds, and then the police themselves divvy up that funds as they see fit. And so you just have to kind of hope that they just, you know, give the money to the mental health arm of the police. You know? I for them get the funds, their own services, but just like I as lefties who Dem Party since it's established, I like to try to get them to give less of their funds to the cops. But like they're not doing that. Right? Like they're not doing that currently, right now. They're not doing that. Right? And the problem is exactly what you were saying now is exactly how we got to the place where they have an inflated budget in the first place. You know what I mean? They're like in 2020, those services were cut to fund the police because the police promised to offer those services. Does that make sense? And the police never offered their services. Now they're asking for more money, promising that they're going to offer those services again. But it never happens because the police are liars. They just keep putting that money again into drones and into tanks, into submarines. You know what I mean? Need more faith. First, we put all of our services under the police, the budget, and then everyone in the city becomes a cop. True. That we're saying, but we're all clear. This is who we're talking about. We're talking about the LAPD. Yes, we need LAPD buys its canine from a breeder that shares the name of Hitler's bunker. Each canine ranges from 9.8K for a single-purpose detection dog, with nearly $13,000 for a dual-purpose service dog of European descent before tax. The specially trained dogs come with names such as Diesel, Rico, and Benny. This is where the money goes, right? This is of European descent. Damn, we got Nazi dogs though. This is where the money goes, right? And we just gotta. And like what she's saying is that like We just have to get more. Yeah, technically that's an unarmed officer. It gotta include these dogs. Someone save these dogs. Liberate the dogs. Forgot what I was saying. Anyway.
Los Angelinos last summer, including U.S. citizens holding people in basement cells in the Royal Federal Building. You called the raids cruel and unconstitutional. As mayor, will you...
But like, okay, this is what I'll say. The police, the LAPD, right? Most police departments, specifically the LAPD, has enough funds to fund any initiative for mental health that it wants to do. Like, they have more funds that she said earlier caused a $1 billion deficit in the city. If they wanted to do that, they could have done that already. Right? Wouldn't it make sense, instead of just asking them nicely to do so, to forcibly take that money back and then put it somewhere else? So you take the choice out of their hands, right? It's like the military budget. Currently, there's like over $1 trillion military budget. Instead of there being $1 trillion military budget, we're like, okay, we're taking $250 billion from this. You only have $750 billion to play with now. We're going to use this for other stuff. Right? That's the reallocation. You know what I mean? Instead of hoping that the military, builds the roads, we build the roads with the money we take from that. Is it 1.5 now? I thought it was like 1.2 or something. I lost track. It makes me sad.
Admit to refusing any LAPD cooperation with ICE for any reason, and to even prosecuting agents who break
North Carolina education lottery.
State law and unconstitutional. Appeared over 10,000 Los Angeles. A little bit. We got to talk about that. Trump deployed 700 Marines to our city. Federal agents in unmarked vehicles arrested and disappeared over 10,000 Los Angelinos last summer, including U.S. citizens holding people in basement cells in the Royal Federal Building. You called the raids cruel and unconstitutional. As mayor, will you commit to refusing any LAPD cooperation with ICE for any reason, and to even prosecuting agents who break state law? And do you believe ICE should be abolished?
I do believe ICE should be abolished.
Okay, lab question. Cool.
Absolutely. And I would absolutely commit to no cooperation with ICE between LAPD, not just LAPD, any city department, any city database. None of that should happen. Sharing.
All right. Now, the only thing she's missing here is to reiterate what Hasan said, that she will use the LAPD to arrest ICE officers in Los Angeles if they're breaking the law, and she will prosecute them to the... That's what she needs to say as well. That's what she's missing.
Information with federal law enforcement just simply
She won't.
should not
But
happen.
Hasan just said that she's already said that, though. So, like, did I mishear that in the question? You know what I mean?
Enforcement. I'm proud to have been one of the co-authors of the Sanctuary City Ordinance here in the city of Los Angeles because I believe this so strongly. I am an immigrant to America myself. I'm a naturalized citizen. And so this issue is really personal to me. It's really personal. It is something that I think strikes at the heart of what this city is. This is a city of immigrants. And we have to be fighting and really demonstrating to our residents that we stand up for them.
I mean, this is the first thing that she's actually demonstrated like a decent answer to so far. And we're like 30 minutes in.
He shouldn't even be appearing to cooperate with ICE. I think that, again, it really undermines trust in the city. And I think it's bad for LA if that's the case. We really have to be much more forceful about this.
What are some...
No, I think she believes this. This is like not an unpopular take to have. You know what I mean? Like, I think she believes ICE should be abolished. Like, this is like 50% of the country at this point, you know?
Immediate provisions you have in mind that could potentially address the friction between ICE and local law enforcement, or even create necessary friction. One of the things that I suggested to Jacob Fry was, I mean, it's a pie in the sky idea, but the potential ticketing of ICE cars, if necessary, because they do love parking illegally regardless. Is there any such enforcement that you have in mind, like the violation of mask bans, for example?
Yeah, I think making sure that when there are city or state regulations that are trying to protect Angelenos, including the state mask ban, which is right now by
National citizens and state is shocking to have someone like her. Yeah. She's also has acknowledged that the LAPD has to cooperate with ICE because of the Olympics and the World Cup. It's a national special security event. It gives DHS a lot of power over local officials. That's true. God. Jeez, little freaking Weeze. In case you're wondering why I left Los Angeles, it's because I don't want to be there for the Olympics, bro. The World Cup's coming as well. This is why I wasn't going to be there for the summer anyway, because of the World Cup. It's going to be a mess. Wait, oh no, I have to fly back. Okay.
By the way, the courts deemed it unconstitutional, and now the state is working on a new one.
Question about the Olympics and the Epstein affiliate Wasserman later is so bad.
Our chief of police said that he wouldn't enforce it. I think we have to enforce laws that are in place to protect Angelenos. The state and the city are working towards putting those in place so that we have more of these.
I did hear about the bodies being
we
sent to
absolutely
Israel.
should be enforcing them. That may look.
We'll cover that tomorrow, because that is insane. What was saying he wants to leave LA for New York City during the Olympics, bro? Same.
Different from what, from things that might be dangerous. So, for example, on the mask ban, our city attorney may need to play a more important role, because that kind of violation is a misdemeanor. And the city attorney can actually go out and prosecute people for not following those rules and regulations. We can actually make sure that we're stepping up and prosecuting actively when federal law enforcement is not following local regulations. And I think that's what the city needs to be thinking about much more. But I also want to say that in the response to ICE locally here, community groups often took the lead. And I would really like to see a much more robust organizing backbone from the city and from the mayor's office. Across Los Angeles, we've seen differential impacts of ICE raids, which are still continuing. Lots of activity and money coming into certain places, donations, all of that.
Man, the way she
other
talks
places,
about this and the way she talks about Israel later on is starkly contrasted.
Lots of raids with not a lot of support. I think the mayor's office should act as kind of that backbone for response and make sure that resources are being directed where they're needed, make sure that we're doing active know your rights trainings in multiple languages. This is a city that has an incredible diversity of people. We have to be able to go out there and talk to all of them and make sure that they have the tools they need to stay safe. And that can and should be anchored in a mayor's office that sees this at the core of their function.
All right. We're going to get back to housing, and I have some more questions for you on that front. Voters passed the mansion tax, which you said you were in favor of, to fund affordable housing and tenant defense. In January 2026, you moved to carve out a 15-year exemption for developers. United to House LA called that a boogeyman for tax breaks for developers. Are tenant organizers wrong, or are you giving developers what they want under the YIMBY label?
Well, you know, I actually think that what I was trying to do was protect measure the mansion.
Yeah, actually run that back.
Diversity of people. Is this at the
Voters passed the mansion tax, which you said you were in favor of, to fund affordable housing and tenant defense. In January 2026, you moved to carve out a 15-year exemption for developers. United to House LA called that a boogeyman for tax breaks for developers. Are tenant organizers wrong, or are you giving developers what they want under the YIMBY label?
That, like, the layup? I mean, I don't know if I consider this a layup, like, per se. It's just like, it's a layup if it's like, as in like, she should just be like, obviously I stand by the on the ground organizing that is being done by tenant unions. But like, it calls into question like a decision that she's made. So she has to like kind of like defend that a little bit, you know?
Well, you know, I actually think that what I was trying to do was protect measure the mansion.
See, exactly. Yeah, exactly. She has to like, it's like defend like her decision. Right. What she should do is say, actually, I don't know. I want to see what she says.
Organizers wrong, or are you giving developers what they want under the YIMBY label?
Well, you know, I actually.
I'll call a Hasi question. To be fair, that is a rough question. The question is not framed in the best for her. It's, are the tenant unions wrong, or are you giving the developers what you want? Like, good luck, I guess.
Think that what I was trying to do was measure the mansion tax. I think it's really, really important to have that money in place. And the mansion
But how does the carve out protect it? I'm genuinely asking. I have no idea.
tax is facing some very real threats. There is efforts in Sacramento to put an elimination of the mansion tax, of transfer taxes entirely on the ballot. It's now on the ballot, and we're going to have to spend a lot of money to ensure that that measure doesn't pass. And the biggest driver.
Okay, so what does your carve out do? What did the 15-year carve out that she was pushing for do then? You know what I mean?
For that measure being on the ballot was LA's mansion tax and opposition to it. I thought carving out this 15-year exemption for new multifamily housing would actually make it so that the state level initiative wouldn't have gotten on the ballot. It got a lot of funding from people who were frustrated that the city wasn't taking action on these issues.
Why would you think that? You just kind of shot yourself in the foot. This is like the equivalent of like taxing billionaires, but then being like, oh, no, only 100 billionaires. That'll stop the billionaires from coming after me. Why would you think that? No, it won't. All you've done is just made this policy worse. Definitionally. Would you be between Rahman Bass and Pratt? Luckily, I don't vote in Los Angeles, so I don't have to make that decision.
That being said, I also do think that we need to be building a lot more housing. The city and the state and the federal government are funding public housing, social housing, all of affordable housing. We're building to our fullest capacity, and guess what we're building every year here in LA? A few hundred units. That is not enough. We need more housing to make sure that working class people can stay here. We need more housing to make sure that young people can come here and see this as a city of opportunity. We absolutely need more housing. We have to make sure that the market is building.
Yeah, but how did the carve out help with that though? Like, how did the mansion tax carve out help with that? Chat, feel free to jump in. I open the floor to you.
What we need, whether it is housing for families, whether it is lower cost housing, not just $5,000 studios.
Less taxes on multifamily
and
houses.
We can generate planning laws that do that. But I will never back away from the statement that we need more market rate housing as well.
Yeah, but wouldn't that help like the developers and not like the working class people? Or unless she's doing like trickle down like economics of like less taxes on the developers means the prices are lower, means that it helps working class people. But we all know that that's not the case. That's not true. That doesn't work. That's not a thing.
Because the city simply cannot fund all of the housing that is.
You're saying that less taxes means that they'll build more, but that doesn't make sense because she just said that she thought she was defending the mansion tax earlier in her question. So is she for or against the mansion tax? I don't know. I am confused. She likes the mansion tax, but wants to carve out for developers. Yeah, but she said she wanted the carve out because she wanted the carve out specifically because she thought that it would stop developers from coming after the mansion tax. But they did it anyway. So like, but then also she wants developers to build more multifamily homes. So she did the carve out for that reason too. So it is like abundance. So it's both. So she actually is against the mansion tax. She actually doesn't like it. And she's pretending to like it. is how it kind of reads to me. Yeah, but she knows it looks bad. She was for it before she was against it. But why is she against it? Abundance. Yeah. She wants to build more houses. Like, I got it. I figured it out. Jeez Louise. What a mess of an answer.
Whether it is housing for families, whether it is lower cost housing, not just $5,000 studios. And we can generate planning laws that do that. But I will never back away from the statement that we need more market rate housing as well, because the city simply cannot fund all of the housing that is.
All right. You're an urban planner.
Mm-hmm.
We have some big events right around the corner.
Yeah.
Measure HLA, Healthy Streets Los Angeles, was passed in March 2024, but only saw 400 feet of compliant bike lanes built in the year that followed.
15 years after
We've also
watching it extended. Yeah, because people are going to forget about this moment in 15 years. And then developers are going to have 15 years to coalesce around getting it extended. You've given them, like, time to coalesce around it. Time to, like, organize, essentially.
over 260 of our neighbors in traffic crashes since HLA took effect. You authored the transit signal priority motion. You supported the mobility plan.
She keeps saying things like, I will never back down from vanilla ice cream. Hey, vanilla ice cream is delicious.
35, and we're one of the only 6 council members to endorse the Healthy Streets Los Angeles initiative measure. As mayor, what happens to LA leadership and the council colleagues who spent a decade slow walking the transit network Los Angelenos have already voted for and also paid for? And this extends to virtually every other ballot initiative and measure because, as we all know, people in Los Angeles and even in the state of California broadly will vote for the most advanced, most progressive ballot measures. And then, unfortunately, city government and state government fucking stops it dead in its tracks for decades until people say, what the fuck happened? How do you fix that?
Yeah, well, I really believe in better transit. I really believe in making sure that people have an alternative to their cars. And by the way, this is a economic justice issue too. We shouldn't have a city where
LA Transit's like, it's better than freaking Charlotte. I'll say that. But I like riding on Charlotte Transit more. I don't like riding on LA Transit. I don't enjoy it. You know what I mean? I enjoy, okay, this is like from all the transit systems that I've been on, I enjoy Philly the most, New York, DC, Charlotte, LA. Why? I don't know. I don't know. Vibes. Literally just vibes. Genuinely just vibes. Fully on vibes. I haven't been on Chicago's public transit, unfortunately. Oh, France is in there somewhere. Honestly, France might be number one. France might be number one. Like Paris, France. Paris has like a fantastic public transport system. Well, that's why I've never been on Charlotte's. The light rail is easy. It's easy. It's smooth. LA Transit is rough because the roads suck. If you ride on the bus in LA, it sucks. I've not been to Canada, no. There's a lot of stop and go as well. It sucks. LA is built with discomfort and vibe. San Diego wasn't bad. Yeah, I didn't hate San Diego. It's gotten better the last 2 years. D-Train LA just opened last week. Oh, I'm not in LA, so I can't. Maybe I'll take it when I go back and I'll just see. He's talking about their metro thing. Honestly, I don't think I'm taking LA Metro in 2 years. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember if I had an enjoyable time or not. San Francisco does have trolleys. They have like trolleys going like, and you can see the ocean, and those stupid giant boats from the stupid giant boat place. The boats ruin the view to the ocean. Yeah, that one. Or the cruise ships. I don't know. They're freaking giant boats. I don't like boats, if you can't tell. Trains are cool. Not a big fan of buses. I hate boats. Cannot stand boats. Boats are my least favorite form of transportation. They're slow. They're rocky. They proc my freaking, what's it called? Motion sickness. Dislike. Cultural trauma. Honestly, probably. Probably. Humans do not belong in the ocean. I believe that as well. I believe that in my heart of hearts. Humans do not belong in two places. The ocean and the space. In space. Volcanoes. Humans belong more in volcanoes. Some humans very much belong in volcanoes. I have a list of them too. There's a few other people as well. You know, there's a few people as well. So some humans definitely do belong in a volcano. Anyway, sorry, focus up.
Where you have to also have a car in order to get around. I think.
Okay, so we have a timestamp to her Israel answers. I'm tired, and I do have somewhere to go today. Technically, I have a few hours, but I have to pick up my friend. It's right after this. Okay, we'll keep going.
Totally possible to build out a public transit infrastructure and a walkable, bikeable infrastructure that allows people to have options, that doesn't force people to buy a car in order to just get to their jobs. But we're not doing that right now. And a big reason is because our departments are not delivering on these outcomes for people. I have a pretty clear sense of how we can change that. We need to do better coordination. It isn't just the Department of Transportation that's responsible for delivering these outcomes. It's the Bureau of Street Services. It's the people who build our sidewalks. It's the people who build, who plant our street trees and maintain those. We have to be able to, in order to deliver on the big, ambitious goals of HLA, ensure that all of these departments are working together in a cost-effective way, such that we can actually build out the mobility network of our dreams. And I'm pushing for exactly that kind of leadership across these departments and changes in our processes that will ensure that we're building that transit infrastructure. There's also ways that we can invest in transit infrastructure that are not crazily expensive, that won't break the bank, that can actually generate much safer streets. So for example, in neighborhoods, you can put in very low cost interventions like bollards and roundabouts within neighborhoods to create a neighborhood network of calm streets, not on your arterials, but inside a neighborhood where the traffic is slower, where it's safer for families to walk, where it's safer for kids to bike. Like that's the vision that I have for Los Angeles, and we can build that out with relatively low cost interventions, and we should be doing that.
Hold on. Sorry.
I think that's what a lot of families in LA want.
What's your vision for a more robust public transit that's readily available? I know you've talked about buses quite a bit.
Yeah.
Obviously, we have somewhat of a metro system, but it's, the problem with Los Angeles public transportation is that it's unreliable, and you can't have a public transportation system that's unreliable. Buses don't come on time.
Yeah.
And the routes don't go to
I won't bring it up. I saw something, and I saw a funny tweet about it. And I won't bring it up. I will like the tweet though, 'cause I think it's funny.
Different part of the city.
Yeah.
What's your plan to?
I will
address
just say it is about Grand Platter.
that, or is there even a plan to build out a more robust public transit system?
Yeah, so our
was in
public
10
transit
minutes.
system is largely
Okay.
controlled by Metro, which is a regional entity.
Mhm.
The mayor has 4 appointees on it. Our mayor needs to be the loudest advocate for that. That's what I want to be doing. And we absolutely have to be fighting for that. I think we can also make it easier to shoot here. We can make it easier to make sure that
So much for meeting Platter.
costs are...
Wait, yeah, he is muted. How did he get past this? How does this keep happening? Okay, give me a second. Let me figure this out.
lower here for people who are working here, take away all of our red tape. But we have to be out there fighting for this industry, and I think it's incredibly, incredibly important. I'm also really worried about the potential for job loss from these mergers. We've seen what's happened across different companies that have merged and the numbers of jobs that have gone away.
Wait.
I'm glad to see...
What do you mean expired? How did my mute for Plattner expire? What do you mean expired? Plattner. Until you unmute the word. Yes. What? Why does it keep doing that? I have it set to forever. I literally have it set for forever. Also, my mutes are kind of funny. I have Pal World, DoorDash, DoorDashing, Eldon, Radon, Boss, FromSoft, DLC, Mesmer, Mikola, Project 2025, Elden Ring, Hawk Tua, Thunderbolts, Fantastic Four, Avengers Doomsday, Graham Plattner, and now Plattner. I check out my DoorDash. I just can't do DoorDash Discourse, okay? I can't do DoorDash Discourse. Please. Please, no more DoorDash Discourse. You watch Thunderbolts? Yeah, I have seen Thunderbolts. DoorDash and Dashers? I can't do either of them. And Dashing. DoorDashing.
that the Attorney General is suing this
What did they
merger.
say about DoorDash? I don't even remember what they were saying at the time, but I didn't want to be involved with it. I just muted the word and I moved on.
Sure how successful that will be, but I think that kind of proactive pushback against
No, Treatler wasn't a word when I muted it. It was like 3 or 4 years ago. Right? It was a while ago.
corporate consolidation is really important.
It was probably about like, wow, you're DoorDashing during COVID? You probably hate poor people or something. It was probably something like that. I was just like, okay, I'm not doing this.
And I have some real concerns about this.
Okay. Now for the elephant in the room, a tough one, but a few weeks ago you posted multiple statements, rightfully acknowledging the Armenian genocide and celebrating the Armenian diaspora in Los Angeles. As you might know, the word genocide was coined by Polish Jewish lawyer Raphael Lemkin in the early 1940s during his studies of the Armenian genocide with the intention of criminalizing it and preventing the ongoing Holocaust from ever happening again. Do you agree with the dozens of human rights organizations, including Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, that Israel has committed a genocide?
I do, yes.
Okay.
Said that.
In your 2020...
I will say, I don't like the whole said that. I don't like that. I don't like that. Like, you like what like you know what I mean? Like you should be like, you say yes. You shouldn't be like, as I've already addressed prior to this statement before, yes, I have already said that it was a genocide. I can't believe you're asking me. It feels like it's like above you to ask this question. You know what I mean?
File a questionnaire.
Did you read it back? I read it back. It just like it read like kind of strange.
It and preventing the ongoing Holocaust from ever happening again. Do you agree with the dozens of human rights organizations, including Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, that Israel has committed a genocide?
I do, yes.
Okay.
Said that.
in your 2020 DFI-LA questionnaire, you said you don't support boycott, divestments, and sanctions, BDS, and that you support Israel's right to exist. Has your stance changed since then? And do you believe Israel has a right to exist in its current form as an ethno-state that's currently being investigated for genocide at the International Court of Justice?
You know, yes, I do believe that Israel has a right to exist.
This is like the funniest thing as well, because this is another example of Hasan giving a layup. This is I will say, I agree, this is a relative layup where it's like Hasan gave so many qualifiers here that like there could be like no misinterpretation about like what form of Israel he's talking about, right? Because like some people like to play this like semantics game and be like, oh, well, you want Israel to not exist? Where do you want all the Jews to go then? Like, you know what I mean? So like he said, do you want Israel to exist as an ethno-state that is currently committing genocide, as you currently said? And she was like, well, I do think Israel has a right to exist. Like, she's essentially saying that she's pro-apartheid and too dumb to realize it. I don't necessarily think that she's too dumb to realize it more per se, and more that I think it's likely that she did a calculation that like she doesn't want to say that Israel doesn't have a right to exist. You know what I mean? And like maybe she didn't realize at the moment that like it makes her come across as like pro-apartheid, but like it was effectively a layup question that Hasan did not think that she was going to fumble. I don't think Hasan would have asked her this question if he thought that she would be like, yeah, no, I think Israel has a right to exist as an apartheid state. Like, I don't think Hasan would have asked her that question if like he thought she would say that. You know? But he posed the question. He'd be like, hey, I'm giving you... Basically, the question was this. He was like, I'm giving you the opportunity in front of this new audience, right, to walk back your statements about BDS. You know? To walk back your statements about BDS and to acknowledge Israel as an apartheid state. And she was just like, I think Israel has a right to exist. So he gave her a chance. Yeah, I mean, she fumbled. It was an L. It was an L. I still do think, right? I still do think that I'll let her answer.
I want to see countries that are operating without apartheid, with equality in their borders. I come from a country, from India, which is, you know...
Like, honestly, genuinely, if she would have just said that as her answer, it would have been fine. That's the crazy part. If she would have just said that, literally just said that, she could have said nothing else. She could have said nothing else and just said, I would like to see countries that don't have apartheid. She would have been fine. Genuinely, she would have been fine. It still would have been N considering her record, but it would have been better. No, like, it would have been S still, but it would have been fine, right? She's getting drugged right now on the timeline, right? She's being positioned as like a Zionist on the timeline, right? She would not have been positioned as like a pro-Israel Zionist if she answered in this way, without like affirming Israel's right to exist as an apartheid state in a layup question. Like, I don't know why she did that. But what I was going to say, I still think if framed this way, there are a lot of politicians that would answer the question in the same way that she would, or she did. Bass is going to win. Why even have her on? I think Hasan had her on because he doesn't want Bass to win. I think Hasan like wants Nithya to win. But she's just younger Bass. No, I don't think she's younger Karen Bass. I think she's younger, slightly better Karen Bass. They're not identical. You know, it's kind of like Joe Biden, Kamala Harris. You know what I mean? Like, they're not identically the same, but like, one's like, I guess technically slightly better. That's kind of how I view it. I think he's mainly trying to keep Pratt out of the top 2. I can see that. Just take a picture with the ADL instead of Netanyahu directly. Exactly. Slightly better. Ah, man, this country's cooked.
Now,
the LA mayoral candidates are polling they're polling Will Arjit, and very unfortunate. Yeah. Can she evolve Nithya? I don't think she's going to. Personally. I think everybody can evolve as like people. Do I think she's going to? No. No, I do not. Even Steyer sounded more open-minded than her. Yeah, but like, I think it's just, honestly, I think it's is the term the bigotry of low expectations? I think it's just because like, you don't really expect much of them. You know? The soft bigotry of low expectations. Ah, I got it almost correct.
You know, operating through Hindu nationalist principles, and I'm deeply critical of it, and I'm critical of that when it happens everywhere.
Do you believe that Israel is an apartheid state then?
I think that it is. Yeah, I think that they're not treating people fairly. That they're treating people unequally. I do believe that, and I'm critical of that. But yeah.
Okay.
She was gonna say it again. She was gonna say she was gonna say it again. She was gonna say, but they have a right to exist. Right. And this is my take, right? This is what I take. From what I saw here, right? And this is my second time watching it. I do think that she messages as she believes Israel is committing a genocide. And I do think that she messages that she believes Israel is an apartheid state. I think in this moment, she was unprepared for this question. And so it positioned her as being pro-Israel. And this is just an L for her strategy team. It's bad. Is she not? I mean, like, I think she's like as pro-Israel as like most Democratic politicians. I don't think she's any more pro-Israel than like most Democratic politicians. You know what I mean? She's not like a starting anti-Zionist or anything like that. But like, I think she's like a standard. I think all evidence points to her. She's the Bernie Sanders type liberal Zionist. Yeah. Like, I think, yeah, she's like a right around there. Yeah, I put her like around like Ro Khanna, right? Around, probably close to like James Talarico, like maybe a little bit like more anti-Israel. They're like, you know, roughly around that. That's kind of where I would put her, right? But she came across as like pro-Israel here. Her answer on stolen land being sold in synagogues was bad too. I didn't see it, but like, so was Zoran's, if I'm being entirely honest. this whole interview is her responding to questions scared because she isn't used to old politics. I'm pretty sure she said otherwise. She realized it was okay. I mean, yeah, I think she was just unprepared. Genuinely underprepared for this interview. Right? But I don't think that she's like more pro-Israel than like other Democratic politicians. I think this is what I'll say on this. I do think that some people that I've seen on the timeline are wee bit hypocritical when discussing Nithya, but they're like writing for like Ro Khanna or something. You know what I mean? Like, and I looked this up to be sure. Ro Khanna was affirming Israel's right to exist, like, you know, last year as well. Like, I think that she's around there, and I think that she had a terrible answer to this question, by the way, like a reasonably bad answer to this question. But I think that like that's where she's positioned. You feel me? And I think that like Ro is slightly better than her. I mean, I will give you that, but like I think my point still generally stands, right? I don't disagree with you, but I think my point, they're around the same position. Neither of them are anti-Zionist, right? Can we agree on that? You know, I don't think that there are many, if like, you know, any anti-Zionist politicians, right? And that's like, that's its own conversation, right? Rashida is. I mean, I will give you Rashida. Right? I was being a little bit inflammatory when I say if any. There are some. I think Rashida Tlaib is. I think Zohar Mamdani is an anti-Zionist. I know people. You feel me? I know people are like, so, you know, hard on Zoran. I do think he's an anti-Zionist. I do. I do. But Nithya is not on the level of Tallarico. She was censured from the DSA for her support from Democrats for Israel. Yeah, I mean, I saw this as well. But like, Tallarico's not like much better. This is in 2024. And I think, honestly, if you probably look, Tallarico was probably defending Israel's actions at this time as well. Right? So like, I think they're around the same level of like, you know. Your overall point is correct that the political aperture of America cannot currently be anti-Zionist even with individual advocates. I think that it can. I think that the left is just, you know, a little bit kind of... I think the left is just a bit behind on the fight. Is what your point is that 90% of all current politicians are anti-Zionist. True? Yes. Yeah. In that there could be more, but we're kind of just like, we kind of like let the bar slip a little bit. I'm not saying that we can't elect people who are not. Right? With Zoran, he probably personally is, but he hasn't shown it in his policy mostly. I think for Zoran it's different because he's the mayor of New York City. You know what I mean? It's a little bit different for what he can advocate for when it pertains to anti-Zionism than like somebody in Congress. If you're in Congress, you can advocate to like stop weapon sales to Israel. So it's not as cut and dry, right? But I do agree with you that like he should be doing more to like, you know, stop sale of Palestinian land in synagogues, or like, you know, stop the NYPD from like stopping protesters and arresting protesters at those synagogues. Right, and stuff like that. Like I do agree. I think you're correct. I think you are correct. That he could be doing more. Right? We are aligned. We are aligned. So to get to the real positive, we talk about how 3 Jake Bauer before. We talked about it yesterday though, so. Reading goes on tweets because he's really leftist doing organizing. How often arguing with other leftists because as in theory, They're all just such nerds. Yeah. Nerds.
Okay. In February 2024, the SALA censured you for accepting the endorsement of Democrats for Israel LA, a group that has openly opposed a Gaza ceasefire. Knowing what we know now and seeing the videos of Gaza in ruins, do you disagree with that endorsement? Would you still seek it out at this point? Has your attitude shifted, and if so, why?
Yeah, you know, I wouldn't seek it out now. And I've spoken out against the violence in Gaza.
She's kind of deflated at this point, right? This answer is good, but it feels weak because she's speaking weakly. Does that make sense? Like, so now I don't even really believe what she's saying, because, like, I'm like, okay, do you believe what she's saying? Right? Like, you're talking about something you're supposed to believe with your full heart, right? 10 toes down. Right? Like, even the Utah guy, like that before, he was like, yeah, I know, like, yeah, like one state solution, for sure. Democratic one state. Yeah, ceasefire. Yeah, of course. Of course. Yeah, it's a genocide. Like 10 toes down. Like, Grand Platter does it as well. And you need to be, and to be fair, she did it a little bit with her first answer when she was asked if it was a genocide. But, like, she deflated when she got that question because she was like, oh, I got cooked. I don't even think I've spoken out against the violence in Gaza is a good answer. Like, most politicians have done that. Yeah, but her saying that she wouldn't, again, it's not a good answer, but it's a passable answer. Saying, what she should say is, obviously knowing what I know now, I shouldn't have sought out the endorsement. I would never seek out the endorsement now. I think anybody who is opposed to a ceasefire in Gaza is, is reprehensible, and we should all stand together to stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people, and then use this as a moment to, like, affirm your commitment to the Palestinian people. You know, Chatter, I think you're in the wrong chat. I think you have the wrong tab open. We're looking at the Hasan interview. We're not looking at any Destiny tweets. Happens to the best of us. You're good.
I was the co-author of a ceasefire resolution at City Hall. Never was voted on, but I co-authored it and put it forward.
Why would you say that? Why would you say that? I mean, it was. She was just like, I co-authored a ceasefire resolution at City Hall. It was never voted on, but I co-authored it. Like, why would you say that? Just say you co-authored it. That's all we need to know. We don't need to know that it was ineffective and it did nothing. Just say you co-authored it. Like, I don't know, bro. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too hard on her, but, like, jeez Louise.
I was actually the first person to talk about the violence against Palestinians in the building. And I remain deeply, deeply concerned about the violence across the entire region. That being said, I do want to acknowledge that being mayor, my role is not one that has foreign policy.
Why didn't you say this about the Israel has a right to exist question? That would have been a good answer to the question about Israel having a right to exist. Why didn't you say that to the Israel have a right to exist? It would have been a good answer. if Hasan asked, "Do you think Israel has a right to exist?" Right? You said, like, to be fair, okay, it wouldn't be a good answer, right? But it would have been a better answer than what she gave. It would have been a better answer. Just say, I unequivocally disown apartheid, and I do not stand by apartheid wherever it exists, right? And I want to make sure that I prioritize, you know, the citizens of Los Angeles instead of a foreign state, right? Say that. Angelinos, thank you. Angelinos instead of a foreign state that we should not be funding or something like that. You know what I mean? Say that. Say that. That works. People will be like, oh, okay. Because that is what Zoran said. That would be a Zoran answer. Zoran did say that. When people kept asking him about Israel, he was like, I'm the mayor of New York. My focus is on New Yorkers. Which honestly, okay, the funniest part about the entire conversation is that if she was more like Zoran, she would not be in this situation in the first place. If she stopped running from the Zoran comparisons and actually just did what Zoran did, she would be like way further ahead and like been a more effective politician. Jeez Louise.
You know, power. It's really one that
This
is
is the
about
questions came from Zionists.
and
Yeah, but like you have to understand why Zoran said what he said, and then take that and apply it to these questions as well. Right? Think about why you're being asked this question like from Hasan. Right? The question that's being posed is people think that you are pro-Israel. The question that Hasan is asking in the doublespeak is, are you pro-Israel? The answer you can give is, I'm not pro-Israel, I'm pro-Los Angeles. Right? I stand by the humanity of Palestinian people. A genocide is happening, we should stand by that. But I do not support Israel because I would be the mayor of Los Angeles and I will support Los Angeles. Right? And so you can frame it like that. But when you say, the question is, right, are you pro-Israel? And you say, a little bit, but they're not doing everything great, which is basically what our answer was, then people are going to be frustrated by that. People are going to be a little bit upset by that.
Angelinos and making sure that Angelinos are safe here, that we're pushing back against anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, both of which have increased in the wake of what's happening. And
a few things, a few notes. Just a few notes. People are going to clock that you mentioned anti-Semitism first. And people are going to clock that you say in the wake of what's happening. So, I'm not saying you have to change anything about that. But those are things that people will notice.
You know, I think this is the role of the mayor. Was my role as a council member, and one that I'm very focused on. And I want to make sure every person across Los Angeles feels safe expressing their beliefs, feels safe protesting, and something that I will continue to focus on if I'm mayor.
People's ears are primed. Yeah. Always your defenders
The reason,
do it. Yep.
The reason why I'm asking this question is because you're right. There are people who like Israel living in Los Angeles. There are people who don't like Israel living in Los Angeles. The overwhelming majority at this point, I believe, especially in the Democratic Party side, is totally on the side of the Palestinians, as polls show over and over again. But local politicians, yourself included, do have a tremendous amount of power in terms of what kind of activism is allowed on U.S. soil in Los Angeles and what kind of activism is not allowed. The reason why I say this is because, and this is, I'm sure you know, there was the DSA open letter. You co-authored a city resolution that made anti-Palestinian LA United School District resolution a city council priority and was used to shut down the United Teachers Union of Los Angeles's members' historic BDS resolution vote as a result of a smear campaign. What do you have to say about that characterization?
Jeez Louise. Oh my goodness. goodness graciousness. That is a rough question. I can acknowledge that is a rough question. That is a tough question to receive. I don't know how you answer that one. I had no idea how you answer that one. Good luck. Godspeed, Nithya.
Is there, like, has there been some change in your
Is Lady a dem sock?
analysis?
I think she's more of a sock dem, but I don't know.
Of the situation, do you feel like those decisions in the past might have been wrong? What was
And then Hasan is giving her the answer. Hasan is giving her the answer. All she has to say is, yeah, it was wrong. I shouldn't have done that. BDS is a legitimate form of protest against a genocidal state. And I don't know. I apologize. Or don't say that. I sounded like you apologizing. Say, I've learned from that in the future. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, he gave you the answer. Honestly, literally, just listen to Hasan ask the question and then repeat the question back to him. You will survive his interviews. If you fumble his interviews, I don't know what to tell you.
Hiding your
So like
framework
an
at the
interviewer?
time and what
No, it depends on what you mean by a good interview. I think Hasan's interviews does exactly what he wants them to do, right? They are an introduction to his audience. You know what I mean? She's a bad interviewee. She's a terrible candidate. That's not Hasan's fault. Like, like the interview is specifically to be like, hey, can you address this thing that people that my audience has an issue with? Essentially, that's essentially what the interview is. And it's either you're like, nah, I'm good, or sure.
What do you have to say about that characterization? Is there, like, has there been some change in your analysis of the situation? Do you feel like those decisions in the past might have been wrong? What was guiding your framework at the time, and what has changed is what I'm trying to arrive at.
Yeah, I think I have become more aware of these issues over my time on city council. This wasn't where I had organized before. My organizing background was really around housing and homelessness issues. That's how I came to the DSA originally. I liked Bernie Sanders, and they were the only organization locally talking about renters' rights.
Mm-hmm.
And I appreciated that. That's why I got engaged on this issue. And, I think my work on the city council has changed, especially after we've seen the horror.
Just say you support BDS now. But she doesn't. That's the problem. She doesn't believe any of these things. She could easily just say, I support BDS now. But she doesn't, because she doesn't support BDS now.
in Gaza. And I feel like I know more, although I will confess this is still not my area of expertise. I'm still really focused on the issues facing Los Angeles, and we'll continue doing.
Okay, that's not how you use that. You can't be asked about your own record and the policy that you've passed, right? Or the resolution that you've signed, and be like, I'm focused on Los Angeles. Yeah, that's the problem. You're focused on Los Angeles, and you've shut down a teachers union's right to do BDS. yeah, that's a problem. That's bad.
doing that.
Okay. Well, the reason why a lot of people, myself included, see this as a important moral test is for the obvious reasons. Some of the reasons that you also acknowledge, but the other reason is because like it's a pretty reliable litmus test to try to figure out if politicians and people who are seeking out positions of governance are responsive to the needs of the masses, especially considering that this is now the Democratic Party's overwhelming majority position, rather than beholden to corporate interests. This is the reason why it's like a very effective litmus test, and that's the reason why I'm asking you about it. And like the honest transformation that may have taken place in your worldview, so it doesn't come across as simply someone like, for example, Scott Wiener, who very actively pushed for a lot of pro-Israel provisions, and then
is he giving her advice now? Yes. He wants to help her. Y'all did not believe me when I said it earlier. This is why people were online being like, "Oh, he really stuck it to that Zionist or whatever." Like, no, he does not like he wants her to be a good candidate. He like genuinely is like, you are the only option we have here. Please just say you didn't mean the stuff you said before. And she is just like such a bad candidate that she can't pick up on those cues. He wants it to be good so she can get in the top 2, but I don't know if she will. At this point, like, I think like unfortunately, I think this like hurt her chances more than it like helped. Because she was so unresponsive to what Hasan was trying to do. And I think that's why he was so frustrated. Right? I think he was so frustrated because he kept offering a hand up and she kept rejecting it and kept falling further behind. Right? And then the top 2 is going to be freaking Spencer Pratt and Karen Bass. It literally was an open book test. Can't wait till we hear the race is over so we can hear its honest thoughts. Nice work, DSALA. But yeah, honestly, this is a bigger indictment of DSALA. I did see this tweet as well. DSALA not getting fully behind Ray was such a clear mistake. Even if Nithya wins, she clearly won't bring the change that is needed. She's more of the same. They should have gone all in with Ray, even if she had a worse chance, because it would have galvanized the people. But again, as I always say, this is just always going to happen with electoralism. Always going to happen with electoralism. Did LADSA end up endorsing Nithya? It was they recommended, people voted for Nithya. It was like a co-recommendation on like a voter guide. I think Brett said earlier. Electoralism is about favoritism, for sure. Ray didn't have the worst chance. It's just that LA progressive votes are voters are fakes on the low. Oh no, 100%. They're really bad. They're really bad. So I think there's a good autopsy to be made after the race is over. It's still not over yet, though, by the way. It's still not over. And technically speaking, Nithya could drop out and endorse Ray and turn the tides. But like, there's a wider point to be made here about electoralism. This is always going to happen. Always going to happen. And honestly, this is just happening now. Before the election's over, this is gonna happen with Graham Plattner. It's gonna happen with freaking the Utah guy. It's gonna happen with every politician, to lesser extents. Right? Because that's what politics is. You know? I think 7% of voters stayed on the couch last time. We have more power than we think. Oh, for sure. My point is just that, like, politicians will disappoint you. I keep imagining how Graham Plattner's interview would go compared to this. The Utah guy, too. Well, the Utah guy interview, we saw it yesterday. It was better. Plattner was much better than this, let's be fair. Not really. I think that's cope. I think he's better. I don't think he's much better. Yeah, we're never gonna sound like Plattner. Nope. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. She's really bad is what I meant. She is really bad. He's better for being in Maine. I think that's it. I agree with that. I'll give you that. Maine is notoriously bad. And also, low expectations because it's Maine. She's in freaking LA. People expect her to be better in the blue safe haven of LA. But like policy-wise, they're not too far off from each other. Right? Like neither one is like an anti-Zionist. Neither one's like a starting communist or whatever. Neither one is like, neither one is going to meaningfully reduce the military or police budget. He's way better at putting people on. In what regard? Isn't Plattner against sending weapons to Israel? Yeah. Honestly, I think if you ask Nithya, she probably would be against that too. Would she? Yeah, no, I think she would. She doesn't have to make that decision because she's a mayor. Like, he's running for the Senate. But I think that she would, like, be against... in the same way that I think if you ask Graham Plattner if he thinks that Israel should exist, I think he would say, yes, Israel should exist as well. Or Israel has a right to exist. You know what I mean? There are some things that, like, Democratic politicians just are not at the state of yet. They're both, like, Zion, like liberal Zionists. Like, neither of them are anti-Zionists. Does that make sense? Like, so if you expect them to, like, I think Plattner would give the "it does exist" response. Well, we don't know because nobody's ever asked him the question. I know. I checked. I looked. Nobody's ever asked him the question. Right? Nobody ever will. Seriously? Yes, I looked. Nobody's ever asked him the question. They just they just assume that he's good on it and they take his word for it. Right? He's been in the race for months. To be fair, like, Nithya had a bad history of it. I understand why she was asked. She has a history of saying Israel has a right to exist. It makes sense why she was asked, right? I'm just saying that he wasn't asked, so we don't know what he would say. You know? And I think if you ask pretty much every politician, most of them will give the same answer, right? And very few will have a decent answer on it. Because I don't think the Democrats as a political party are at that place yet. I think more people are at the place where they will call it a genocide. I think more people are at the place where they will say we should stop sending weapons. I don't think the party's at a place where they will say Israel as an apartheid state should not exist when asked that question. They will reiterate Israel's right to exist. Right? I mean, Ro Khanna, literally, Ro Khanna did it last year. I know, I checked as well. Bernie did it like last year as well. This is not a diss on people. You know what I mean? Ro Khanna, a Dem critic of Israel, says he backs Zionism and right for Israel to exist. This is a thing that the Democrats say. This is not like a diss towards any specific politician. Like this is just not like, these politicians are not anti-Zionist. They're not. Like for the most part, there are like a handful, literally a handful. You can count them on a hand of politicians in Congress who are anti-Zionists. Right? I'm not dissing Graham Plattner. I'm not even dissing Nithya. Right? If you can find it, I am a fair man. I can admit when I'm wrong. If you can find Graham Plattner saying that Israel does not have a right to exist, I will take this back. Right? I'm saying I did not see it. Right? When I looked. I did look yesterday. Right? Because most like leftist candidates are not asked unless there is a reason for them to be. Right? But I think it should be a litmus test. I think they should be asked. Right? I think we should be questioning whether or not Ro Khanna thinks Israel has a right to exist. I think we should be questioning whether or not AOC thinks that Israel has a right to exist. I think we should be questioning whether or not like James Tallarico or freaking John Ossoff or Raphael Warnock, right? Or even like Cori Bush or Rashida Tlaib or Ilhan Omar. I think we should ask everybody, right? Because that's how we get to the correct position. We will never get to the correct position if we don't ask the question, if we don't start the conversation that is necessary for us to get to the correct position. Right? I don't say these things because I want the Democrats to lose or to fail or to flounder. I want us to be better as a party. I'm still a registered Democrat. I have not changed my party affiliation. I have not switched my party affiliation. Right? I want us to interrogate the party system so we know what we stand for. I know his Zionists are rare. Rashida, Ilhan, AOC, Summer Lee. Is there any man? Zohar Mamdani. I do think Zohar Mamdani is a anti-Zionist. Right? There's a few like stages. People who say no APAC funding. Right? No APAC and J Street funding. Israel's committing a genocide. We should stop giving weapons to Israel. Like no funding to the no offensive weapons, no Iron Dome, no defensive or like any weapons. And then you have sanctions. That's a good next one, right, on Israel. And then Israel should not exist as a apartheid entity. Right? And there are very few people who get to the very last step. And I'm not saying that is required or whatever, but like we have to be honest about what these politicians actually believe. You know? I hope more anti-Zionists win. I agree. But that will never happen if we keep like being passive. If we keep waiting for like, you know, the politicians to just exist and then we support them or not, that will never get us the support or that level of support. Do you think that some of those want to say it but don't dare? Not many. Like it's the wish casting. Yeah, but if I were to wish cast, I don't think there would be many. Not really. It would be true for a few, but we can't operate on that basis. Yeah, but I'm just curious. Yeah, I'm sure the chatter was also just curious, right? I don't think so. Appreciate your perspective on this and agreeing. That's just my take. I think people think that I'm like extraordinarily cynical, which I am. But I think that we should be more strict on our politicians, right? I think what Hasan did with Nithya was fantastic, right? I think he asked the correct questions, right? Even if he didn't intend to like catch Nithya off guard. I think we should ask these same questions to every politician, right? I think we should ask every politician because that's how they get better answers. Does that make sense? That's how they craft better answers. And that's how they kind of lead the charge on what is acceptable to have as positions, right? When you have more politicians saying that Israel should not exist as an apartheid state, more constituents, more voters are going to think, oh, I believe that too. Yeah, I agree with that. And that's how you grow the thought processes. So strategy is good because it only becomes a contentious interview if the politician is not aligned with our goals. Yes, the only issue that I have with Hasan's process is that I think it lets people get away with things if they are optically aligned. You know? And so it doesn't lead to any contention to exist, like, at all. You know what I mean? Only issue is that he gives too many outs and easy answers in the question itself. That's kind of my point, right? Like with what we saw with the Utah guy, where he kind of gave the answer to the question about whether or not Israel if he should support a one-state solution. Let me see if I can find it. I think I closed it.
And I want to make sure every person across Los Angeles, feels
neutral,
safe expressing their beliefs, feels safe protesting.
Stop.
As neutral mediators, if that's possible, which I think probably many people would say it's probably not. All of those people to come to the table there, but certainly to provide a level playing field for all of those people to come to the table. And if that is a one-state democratic solution, which I feel moves forward. So like my position as like a candidate is I don't think it's my job to determine what happens over there, but my full seat at the table of and that certainly full solution.
Where's the question at?
It's been to move favor, and that full position is to provide a one decision. And for us, people would say it's probably not possible.
So if there was a feasibility for this, would you advocate for a single democratic state with equal rights for all?
Yes.
Okay. All right. It's good to know.
Yeah.
Beyond the Middle East, you've also been a vocal critic of the U.S. using economic warfare like sanctions to punish countries in the global South, explicitly calling out.
I want to go to the beginning of this section.
A full seat at the table as any sort of situation moves forward. So like my position as like a candidate is I don't think it's my job to determine what happens over there, but certainly to provide a level playing field for all of those people to come to the table. And if that is a one-state democratic solution, which I think it probably is, but I don't want to impose that on them. I want them to come to that decision and for us to act as, neutral mediators if that's possible. Which
okay, I'll be fair. I think he brought it up first. I need to see what the actual question was. But if he brought it up first, and then Hasan reiterated that as the question, I think it's slightly different.
A very, very long time, and that we have been at the forefront of doing that.
Trying to find out where the question was asked.
From like, to understand, I think, and to work with people who have a full seat at the table as any sort of situation moves forward. So like
I will take, I'm too lazy to look for it because I'm tired. I will believe that he brought it up himself and that he actually stands for it. Wait, what weird China thing? What weird China thing? He didn't want to make China an ally? What, really? We didn't see that. What do you want to? What does he want? The competition with China? He wants to fight China, bro? You want to take China on in the marketplace of ideas? Now I kind of want to know. China. Is this it?
Yeah. Liberal interventionism certainly is a real. He still reverence has been to concede the appropriate method here in terms of American foreign policy is to completely redesign and chart a different path forward with China.
Yeah, that's oh man. I think our approach to China as just a pure adversary is harming us, and I would love to see us actually try to find ways to cooperate with them rather than to talk about, you know.
That's a different thing.
Taiwan is this wedge in the middle that I think is potentially going to be a really, you know, divisive and destructive issue in the coming years. And so we need to, I think, find better ways to work with them as, you know, it's probably not ally is not the term I would use, but as a, you know, as a trading partner and as someone
strange.
who.
I mean, that's fine answer. But like, what? Like, what's? I want to know what his hang up is with like allying with China. Like, why is he like against that?
Is seeing all sorts of investment and advancement in different spaces where the U.S. has fallen behind because we've abandoned innovation and science here in our country, and so and we should take that back. To be clear, I think that's something I want to see us rebuild is our ability to like actually lead the world in things where we can and where we have over the years, and where China has picked up a lot of the slack as our government here, you know, with Trump at the helm. Has, you know, really punched down on science. And
I mean, sure, I think it's a dumb opinion though. I think having an adversarial nation, like a relationship with China, is stupid, and I think it's archaic. This is my opinion on China. I think it's dumb and stupid and archaic to have an adversarial relationship with China. Because, like, for what? For why? Partner but not ally is fine. I mean, I want him to explain why, like, what makes China like as a not ally. Like, what stops China from being an ally in his mind? I want him to kind of explain that, you know.
Punch down on university research.
I don't see how he can explain that without getting into like American exceptionalism or like xenophobia, you know.
And, you know, universities in general, I mean, the climate on campuses is horrible right now. I talk to so many professors and folks who know people who have, you know, gone elsewhere to teach. You know, I know there are...
I've not heard of the 19-year-old trans girl who was murdered recently, Chatter.
People who are getting PhDs and then going overseas, and I would say let's rebalance that system and try to find a more collaborative approach to both to China and other foreign policy issues.
Okay, back to your first congressional district has new boundaries, includes nearly 9% more non-white constituents than before.
Was that the entire China conversation? I hear.
Yeah, I would say let's rebalance that system and try to find a more collaborative approach to both.
The Great Salt Lake. As these storms get worse and worse, has there been any interest in drawing inspiration from China's anti-desertification techniques that have drastically improved air quality around these large deserts? Here, I'll show you one video. I want to
imagine a forest system stretching 4,500 kilometers across an entire continent, covering more than 4 million square kilometers.
Okay, we're not gonna watch this video about China's desert. I think we got to the important parts of the Nithya conversation. Let it cook. I don't have time to let it cook, Check. I have things to do. And that was a tangent of a tangent. Maybe we'll watch it tomorrow or something. I don't know. Let me see.
Trying to claim that he actually recognizes that there is a genocide that has taken place because he has a congressional seat that he's trying to win.
You know, any of this I feel. I mean, he didn't explain why China can't be an ally, so I can't criticize his take because he didn't give a take on that. But other than that, it's fine. It's okay. Honestly, hot take on the Utah guy. I didn't have much beef with the Utah guy. I had more beef with the way that Hasan interviewed him based on his past. Hasan did the same thing he did here about his past. He basically just kind of gave him the answers about, like, this is how you should answer this about your past. And then said, like, you know, basically, you're silly if you care about it. It doesn't matter. You know, it was a weird thing. It was weird. I don't know. That's not his fault directly, but like it did give me a bad opinion of this guy because of the way that Hasan talked about it. But anyway, whatever. It's fine.
You know, everyone is on board. So if there has been a difference in opinion or a change in your mentality, what has been some of the things that you saw that made you reconsider your previous position?
You know, I spoke out about this issue in the ceasefire resolution and in city council because I saw the violence in Gaza and was moved by it. And I think that a lot of people across the country have had that same evolution. And it is, you know, has been one of the biggest issues animating this country, especially in the last election. And you know, I think I've moved with the people.
Okay.
I've learned more.
And
I'm committed to learning more as well, while also acknowledging again that the mayor's seat is not primarily one that is focused on foreign policy issues, and I think
no, of course not.
It is really a place.
What was Hasan's question? I also forgot.
Where people are looking to the mayor's office to ensure that we have a safe city for everyone, and to ensure that their ability to speak out about these issues and to work on to protest, for example, the rights of protesters are really important. We have to make sure that LAPD is responding in better ways to these kinds of protests. People have to be able to exercise their First Amendment rights. And I think these are the kinds of things that, these are the kinds of places where I think it's important. And these are places where I have spoken out in the past as well. When there was, I think, a lot of violence in UCLA, I called for an investigation into what had LAPD done in that.
Violence by who? No energy? Yeah, because all of the energy was sucked out of the room when she got asked that question.
in response to that protest encampment. And, you know, I think these are places where I have pushed back really on these questions already, and places that I would continue to think about where the city can do better going forward.
Okay. Question about where the city can do better. In June 2024, you co-introduced legislation calling for an immediate and permanent ceasefire and the immediate and unconditional return of all hostages in the same month, Karen Bass and Joe Biden condemned local protests against stolen Palestinian land sales taking place in the Adas Torah synagogue. How do you view the connection between these two actions, and will you vow to end the illegal sale of stolen West Bank land in Los Angeles? Is a practice that is also taking place in New York as well. It's a big point of contention. A lot of people, including Zoran, at certain times has fallen short.
Don't bring up Zoran. She hates Zoran. She can't stand Zoran.
Of abiding by what he had previously said he would do. What is your view on this? Like protesting outside of a synagogue is oftentimes the only thing that the media covers, when in fact what's taking place inside of the synagogues, places of
this is again Hasan giving her the answer, literally giving her the answer.
Worship, not always, of course, but whenever there is a protest, it's usually because of these settler fairs that are taking place, which are
also Bash
illegal.
Bob. Thank you for the 2 months. I missed that.
Do you? Is there anything that you plan on doing about this at all? Do you have an opinion on these land sales that are taking place?
All she has to say, look at her face. She hates this. All she has to say is, obviously, I think selling Palestinian land in the West Bank is abhorrent, and nobody should do it. And I stand against any sale of Palestinian land. End sentence. Unless she's anti-Zionist, so why expect her to give an anti-Zionist answer? No, I'm saying that if she was anti-Zionist, that's what she should say, right? Or even like, I mean, okay, even Klein's not an anti-Zionist. He's against West Bank settlements. You know what I mean? Like, I have a low bar here. I expect her. I expect something, anything.
Settler affairs that are taking place inside of synagogues?
I mean, look, the what is happening in the West Bank and what's happening with illegal settlements there is deeply troubling. I will confess that I don't know that much about this particular issue, so I
just leave it at that. Why did she? What? Oh my goodness! 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 Literally, just leave it at that. Just say what is happening in the West Bank and the sale of Palestinian land is deeply unsettling. It's not a good answer, but it's better than whatever you're saying now. She doesn't believe that. No, she just said that. Well, half of that at least.
I don't want to make a commitment to something that I'll do as mayor that I don't know that much about.
Palestinians getting their land stolen and being murdered. Nithya, people also feel unsafe in synagogues because protesters are against settlers stealing land. Honestly, it's even worse than that. She didn't even do her research. She didn't even get her talking points. Palestinians are getting their land stolen and being murdered in the West Bank, and she's like, I don't really know what's going on over there. I kind of have no real clue or idea. Hey, that's a lie. Maybe. Who knows?
That being said, and as I said in that article, I really value the ability of people to exercise their First Amendment rights here in the city of Los Angeles. And I want to make sure that religious institutions and people in them feel safe.
Never mind. You're right, Chatter. You're right, Chatter. You pre-watched. She's like, I don't know much about what's going on here, but like people should stop protesting outside of them synagogues. That's all I know. Don't know what's happening inside them. No idea. No clue. Not gonna find out either. I have more I want to say. There is more I want to say. But I literally cannot keep streaming today. I have an event, chat. Do you want to know what event I have? Bring us with you. I'm going to play Magic the Gathering. Not in Atlanta, no. Yeah. Limited, I hope? No, it's Commander. I'm bringing my friend who's never played before. And we're going to go. And we're both going to lose because I've never played Commander in person. So, I do have a deck, though. Oh, you want to see my new deck? Hold on. It's not here. It's downstairs. It's fine. It's whatever. I'll show you later. I basically wouldn't vote for her. I can't remember where Zion is in 2026. She doesn't meet my bare minimum. I can't vote in LA, so I can't make that decision. But like, it's so frustrating, bro. When are you gonna make your debut on TCC? Honestly, whenever they'll have me. Do I have to reach out? I'll go. Genuinely, whenever they want me to go, I'll go. I have a sick deck. DECK. So, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Anyway, one of the top streamers about the Gathering category on Twitch on my second channel. Honestly, if I were to stream Magic on this channel, I might be the top person in the category. No, I wouldn't be. I may be number 3. Wizard sponsor me. And stop union busting. Anyway, I have to go. There is more I want to say on the Nithya conversation. We'll talk about Nithya some more tomorrow. Talk about AOIC, Marjorie Taylor Greene more tomorrow. And whatever else happens tomorrow. Just reaction after she finishes first. How much longer? Sure.
While also honoring our first right to, our First Amendment right to protest. That's going to be a difficult thing to balance in a very, very troubled time here in Los Angeles. What I make a commitment to doing for everyone in this city is to ensuring that I'm willing to engage with all of our partners, to ensure that we are moving forward while guaranteeing both of these things. And I think it's possible to do that, but it requires deep engagement. It requires work. I've always been willing to do the work, and I'm committed to doing that going forward as well.
Okay. All right, sure. Let's. I'll just move on from that then.
That's. Okay, I feel a little bit bad. I feel a little bit bad at like the bottom of my heart, you know? That's rough. You're too pathetic and so am I. That's rough. That is rough. I've never seen Hasan do that to a person before. Like, this is the funny thing. This is what Hasan does to you when he thinks you're a bad person. This is what Hasan does to you when he thinks you're a bad person. Because I've never seen him do this before. he thinks that she is a bad person. Comes off like she hates protests. And honestly, like she's pro-Israel. So Timothy chose being a Dem operative. I don't even think he's a Dem operative. I think he's a Hasan operative that like uses the Dems and then like, you know, it's just like how different that is to you. I don't know. But like, she's very pro-Israel. I don't even like agree with that. Like, honestly, I don't even think that she's very pro-Israel. I think that she's like the like normal amount of pro-Israel in the Democratic Party. You know what I mean? Like that's literally she came across as very pro-Israel. She did. But like she's just like the normal amount of pro-Israel. Like the standard amount of pro-Israel. She's not AOC. She's not Zora Mamdani. She's not Rashida Tlaib. She's not, honestly, she's not Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's not even Marjorie Taylor Greene level of like Marjorie Taylor Greene would be sitting there being racist, of course, but still being like, we need to shut Israel down. We need to stop giving them all the weapons. They have too many of our weapons. They are killing too many babies. You know what I mean? Like, that's like... You know what I mean? Like you're like we're at that point. Like she's like, I don't think she's pro-Israel. She's like, yeah, they're doing a genocide. But like I wouldn't even be surprised if Marjorie Taylor Greene is at this point. Like, she's at the killing Christian kids. Which, to be fair, is true. They're killing all the kids. Literally, all the kids. There are Christian kids. So like technicality, like true. She's not even Bernie Sanders, in my opinion. Like, I think she wouldn't endorse people like Abdul because of his Israel stance. No, I don't even agree with that. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too charitable to her. Like, I don't think she's like on the level of like Abdul, but like, I don't think she's like further right than Bernie on Israel. You know what I mean? You feel bad because she's gonna go, no. Like, I genuinely don't think that. Right? Like, even her answer on like whether or not Israel should exist, she did acknowledge it was an apartheid. She still said it should exist, which is why like dumb. But like, she did acknowledge it was an apartheid. Like, that's still more than like some Democratic politicians have done. You know? I think she's equivalent to Bernie Sanders. Like, I don't know if the Graham Platter chatter's in here, who's looking for the Graham Platter clip. If you can find Graham Platter saying that freaking Israel is an apartheid state, I want to see that as well. Right? It's just like it's again, the bar is low, but like I think she's just a regular standard progressive. The term is meaningless and it's dumb, but I think she's just that. But like, and these candidates are worth fighting for. Listen, y'all know my take. She's James Tallarico level. Yeah. I think has James Tallarico called it a genocide? I think he has. I don't think he's called it an apartheid, but I think he has. Let me check. No, he hasn't actually. Which we're asked Hasan for an interview and he goes to them. Really? To be fair, I think that's probably for the best. I don't think that would have been productive for anybody involved. I'm being entirely honest. I don't like have any like direct beef with Butch Ware. Like, so I'm not saying it from that perspective, but like, I don't think that would have been productive for anybody involved. That would not have been good for Butch Ware or his campaign. It would not have been good for Hasan or the stream or the community or for the wider left or any discourse that came from it. Genuinely. But this is what I found. Jay Salarico has condemned Israel's atrocities in Palestine and labeled them as war crimes, but stopped short of using the term genocide when asked directly by HuffPost. He opposes U.S. aid to Israel if it can be used to commit abuses and supports banning the sale of offensive weapons. He has criticized the influence of AIPAC on U.S. policy. Like, I'm sorry, Nithya is better than James Talarico, given this dynamic. He is worse than Nithya if you cannot use the word genocide. That is true. That is true. The bar is too low for me to agree with. But I see your point. It's just true. I think a closest partner has come is when he was asked if he agrees with the Irish president's characterization of Israel as a terrorist state. He said yes, but as far as I know, he hasn't said in any official statement that it's an apartheid state or has been asked for his right to exist. So he's been allowed to dodge it. That's my beef. Right? Because again, if you have such faith in Grant Plattner, not you specifically, but if you as a Grant Plattner supporter have such faith in Grant Plattner, you should want him to be asked about it so he can come out with a good take on it. You know? Does that make sense? Would it be bad to have someone who's third party on his stream? I don't like Butch Ware, but a third party is better than a Democrat to me. Well, because one, like, as it currently states right now, I don't think Butch Ware is going to win. But that's not why. The reason why I don't think it would be productive is not because of the efficacy of the campaign. I think it's because of the conversation that they have will not be a productive conversation. Right? What we saw with Nithya would double and triple over. Why? I don't know if you understand like Hasan's thoughts on third party. They would not be talking about the campaign if they talk at all. You know what I mean? They would be talking about if a third party can even win, whether or not a third party is effective in running a presidency, if they can win the presidency, what a third party should or should not be doing. That would be the conversation. It would not be about the actual campaign. The point isn't winning. Sure. So increase the platform visibility of third parties. You have to start somewhere. I don't know. I'm not saying that that's the... My point is that it would not be y'all are not listening to me, right? Unplug yours. I'm saying, and I've said consistently, it would not be a productive conversation. That's all that I've said. It would not be a productive conversation. It would not increase the efficacy of the third party. It would not increase the visibility of the third party. It would be a part of clip culture that has Butch Ware yelling at Hasan and Hasan yelling at Butch Ware, and it would be like a beef back and forth or whatever. Right? I do think that there is a way that third parties can be integrated into the conversation. I don't think Butch Ware going on Hasan's stream is a productive way to have that conversation. I don't. In my personal opinion. Remember during a stream, Hasan said he was going to interview him. But chat yelled at Hasan because of the trans comments. But I think it might be misremembering. I don't know. He also has some comments on China that were strange. But I don't have any beef with Butchware. I don't have any specific beef with the Green Party, except for the fact that they should have more local seats than they already do. I think that they are squandering a lot of their efforts just because they don't have enough focus on local seats. But it's the beef that I have with PSL. It's the beef that I have with typically, Working Families Party. It's also beef that I have with the DSA. Right? So we'd like it if he would stop being a dim operative. Chatter, he's not gonna do that though. So like, you're preaching to the choir. You know what I mean? You're saying that Hasan should do this thing that he's not gonna do, and we could all wish for him to not do that. I don't know what you want me to tell you. Right? I've criticized Hasan for engaging with the two-party system as well. He's not changing that. I don't know. I agree with you. I agree. I wish he expanded more past like the two parties. I agree with you. There are other people who agree with you. We are aligned. I promise you are among aligned people here. That is my take. My take is specifically, I don't think a conversation with Butch Ware specifically would be effective or productive. I'm on Hasan's side. Pragmatic gets things done. I mean, depends on what you mean by get things done, but I'm not gonna litigate this. Neither here nor there. I'm leaving. Stop trying to pull me in. I'm leaving. Goodbye, chat. I'm playing my music. Goodbye, YouTube chat.